How did we get back to there?
Anyways, welcome back, everybody, to our lovely little time travelers here.
It's okay. You can call us morons if you would like. If you would like to.
Debatable.
It depends on the day.
The ignorant flap. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Grass. How are you today?
Last time, you guys left Lucky, and you went to go back home. But instead, you were sort of hijacked to a different location. Same time, different location that you wanted to go to. Ended up in the middle of a snowstorm on a mountain on an unnamed island. Because I don't think that, because the DM didn't come up with a name, so it's just an unnamed island in the middle of the water.
Fine. Valid.
Yes.
Absolutely valid.
So you ended up there, and you started off fighting a man in a plague doctor mask that later you find out isn't exactly human. Let's see. Led you to a cave where you met Taro, Lucky's son, essentially, adopted son. Who already managed to avoid a lot of things and kind of made himself a bit more scarce. So that not much would be changed if they could avoid it. I don't know. Did Harx have an accent?
He did. He
I
did.
don't remember.
It was like.
I remember it. We're good.
There you go. This
I-
happens when you take a month off.
I loosely based it on a character from a TV show. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he wants to, you know, take a look at Julius and all that stuff. He was packing his stuff last time, but unless there are any conversations you wish to have while he was doing that, he is ready to go.
Due to the fact that it has been a month since I've been in this character and my notes are a little sparse from last time, I'm good.
You're good. No, what happened? You guys had that fight, and then you met him like near the end of the session.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, I know this character, and I kind of know what we semi-started talking about in certain aspects that we were gonna get back to at some point, but that was, I don't remember, outside of, like, a minor headspace that he was in, if there was anything he was about. This is why I write things down. It's not because I'm trying to be
broken.
This is why I'm the note taker, not because I'm trying to help everybody keep track of things. It's because I forget.
Yeah. Okay. You were
I remember we were all helping pack up books and realizing the importance of the Dewey Decimal System.
Yes, you guys, you, Reyan and Mihi did pack up all the books in, like, bag of holding.
Mm-hmm.
Did you happen to bother to read any of the books, like, and take notes on them or anything? Mental notes. Just on titles and things.
Flap had no reason to.
I mean, Reyan would be a little curious, just taking a look at, like, titles and stuff like that.
Most of them were unmarked.
Whoa.
Did you open any of them?
I don't think he's got time to open them right now. He's more focused on getting out of the cold area.
You're in
And
the
back
warm right now.
home. It's warm in here, but he knows it's cold outside and they gotta get home.
Okay. We'll say they look like notebooks. That's about all you gather, then. So. You guys get all your stuff together and set the timer for, what, 5 seconds back? You said? So that way you could just teleport there and be back.
That's right.
Yep.
That's how.
Oh, I wasn't going to say anything. I just wanted to see if you would remember.
No.
I
Did I
remember.
mention it's been a month?
Wait, it's been a month?
It's been
It's been
3
a month.
weeks.
I've slept since then.
Alright. You guys teleport back. No problem. You're back in Gehenna, that place. That location.
In the past, yet somehow in the future.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah. And yeah. Taro is going to go find Hunter. And unless stopped, he is going to convince Julius to be the one to take him there.
Yeah, Reyan, well, he doesn't want Julius to be made any more uncomfortable than necessary.
He's staying about 10 feet away from him right now, so he's...
That's fair.
Absolutely.
He can lead. He has no problem leading him there. He's just staying away from him.
Reyan, if Julius is okay with it, Reyan will go with at least to assist and keep Taro preoccupied somehow.
Fair. Because you get the feeling you know what's gonna be asked when he gets there.
Yeah.
Okay. What does the other two do?
Does Harx do?
I will say, from the DM's perspective, give you guys about a day worth of in-game time, so if there is anything specific you would like to do in that time, let me know. Because there will be something that will happen the next day.
Fair. Oh my gosh, I look at my notes on his character sheet. Let's see, we got this birthday here. No, nothing there.
Back out because
Only Mihi is going to go on a quest for more appropriate attire.
that is fair.
And
very
possibly
fair.
these things known as undergarments.
That would be Pyre and
You don't need underwear.
Theo's department.
Underwear is a suggestion. Just
I
ask
was-
Elegar.
I mean, the Catboy has no problem with her not wearing underwear.
I almost forgot about wow.
Spire.
She-
Pat. You're okay.
She is an ancient being. Such things were not necessary and or uninvented.
It's still not necessary to certain types of people.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned, I've slept since the last time we played this campaign.
However, thin dress and cold and possibly seeing the oh my god, what? No, must not look at that from the teenage boy. Probably makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Easy
both-
enough. They can get you some warmer clothes to wear.
Excellent.
They'll actually probably be able to give you a few different outfits you can change into.
I might give you an example later.
Fair. Just as a, like, here's a few different climate-based things.
Alright, what do I
With
want to
the
do?
optional wing slits, because
Yes.
yeah.
They can
What-
make that.
What do I want to do?
What do you want to do, Harx?
I don't know, actually. That's the bad part.
Also, she totally sneezes randomly once.
Did you want
Because,
to?
yes.
Right, he needs to go. He needs to go to Ace.
Yeah. Go to bed. Sorry, hold on.
Uh-huh.
I'm out of water real quick. I'll be right back.
Go, go, go.
Go. Take your time.
Sorry, I muted the stream, but not Discord. I know
All
that.
good. All good.
Alright.
It's perfectly fine. Just he needs to go see Ace.
I personally do not remember what the topic was about. I think it was just to explain things.
No, he had the notebook of information.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah. Yeah, right. I actually completely forgot about that. So that is something the DM will have to make notes on later.
That's fine. He's just going to go give him the notebook. That way he can look through it and do it he wants with the information.
Yeah. Yeah, that might be a few day process for them.
That's fine. We're not acting on anything within it right away, so
Yeah.
not that I'm aware of, at least. So, hey. Oh, I aspire.
Oh,
If I remember
oh, God,
right,
sorry.
the notebook. What was the note? What did I say, like, as you were reading it type of thing?
Oh God, I wrote it down. Hold on.
Information on everybody? Or at least whatever he could gather?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
Yes,
so that
there
will
is-
be...
yeah.
That is one thing I completely forgot about and did not plan for. So please
Oh,
forgive
good.
me on that one. That one will
Oh,
probably
you're
be another session dealt with.
That's fine. Like I said, it's something as far as we're not going to act on any of the information for that right away. So that's all good.
Yeah. And it was only up until Lucky passed, to be fair.
Yeah. Yeah.
You probably can assume most of the information would be on, like, the elves, because he was around them.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Bran, I'm not gonna sit here and RP it out. They're basically sitting there talking about taking a look at Julius's memory problem.
Mm-hmm. Reyan is just next to Julius, kind of just a, listen, if we need to go, we can go. Basically, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a lot of discussing how to do it without causing any more possible damage, to make sure there was no damage when they messed with things in the first place, things like that. So that's kind of,
Yeah.
it's kind of more that's what they're discussing.
Mm-hmm.
Because his little figure there is very similarly built, but has more of like an arcane power source.
Right.
Which is his theory of, he's wondering how Julius, like, ticks, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. That's pretty much what they're discussing and how to go about it and all that thing. So Julius will probably be not available later.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
Yeah. Totally fine.
Imagine everybody goes from, like, visits family and everything. Now that everyone has family they can visit with.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
You do? You have all your siblings?
They're off doing their own thing, let's be real.
Yeah, Mystic.
That's true. Where Julius is being poked and prodded, and Harx is sitting there like, well, have fun.
Yeah, Ren goes home to make sure Dad hasn't pissed off Ren, and
So far, he's behaving.
And well, Mihi is there because I think that's where the flap flaps are.
Yeah.
yes,
They've
not to
essentially
checking on
made that a
Dragon
giant
Pit.
community home. Well, no, Mihi has her own little house, not too far.
Yeah, but it's still
right.
like, yeah,
The flap flaps were there because we had a. Oh, by the way, meet your ancestors.
Yeah.
yeah, basically. Also checking on Zach, going like, "How are you good?"
He has barely left the room. Barely left your room, essentially.
Yeah, at that point, he is going to go like, "Okay, come on, we're going for a walk." No, we're not staying in this room. Come on. There's also technically a little brother that he has to go, like, probably apologize to for not existing for a bit.
Yeah. That's fine. You spend the day with your brother and friend, essentially.
Yeah.
Quote unquote brother.
Yeah. Trying not to let slip that Dad's home. Not yet.
Yeah.
Those times I also realized, fuck, right. If I'm not mistaken, Mihi had a reason to bug Rin, but I nor she currently knows what that is, so she will not be bugging Rin.
Lucky had requested that you guys give, like, Ren a
Oh,
hug
yeah.
for him and stuff.
Reyan definitely would have done that, and Rin probably would go quiet for a while after that.
Because
Miss
why do I feel
the
like,
fun.
yeah, why do I feel like Rin would be the type to be like, he knew about the whole situation, he still, like, died for it? Like,
She's just, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot for her, and that's her best friend.
yeah.
So, yeah. The two worst days of her life were the day that Stryker died and the day that Lucky died.
Does anybody tell her that Taro's around?
Oh, probably.
I will let the player determine what she'd do with that information.
Oh, probably
Initiative,
after,
no.
probably after sitting stunned for a minute, probably try and go find him, though I'm sure she knows where he would be.
I imagine, well, if Reyan was the one telling her, yeah, she would
Yeah.
have been told that he's with Hunter, essentially.
Yeah, she definitely wants to go see him.
That's fair.
Wait, the nephew is here. Where's the nephew?
Wait.
The one that probably only saw her, like, once in a blue moon. Yeah, I'll let you, if you want, I don't know if you actually want to say anything, or if you're just gonna go visit him.
Yeah, probably just go make sure he's okay and find out what's going on.
Oh, he looks
Proceed.
fine.
Proceeds to
Yeah.
beat him. Where have you been?
No. I don't think she'd be mad at him for vanishing. That's just number one, that's just kind of Lucky's thing. If something is important and it's something he cares about, he's going to protect it, and Taro was something very precious to him. So that's not surprising to her that Taro was off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
Like, if he could have gotten Matthew to go with Taro, he probably would have, kind of thing, but...
Matthew would never have left Lucky, though.
No!
That's the thing.
Absolutely not. Which is why it wasn't a thing, but she knew that was how it worked. If he thought that it was necessary, he would have sent other things or other people, but
Oh, yeah.
obviously something was going on. And
And-
yes, she's slightly ticked off that he didn't tell her, but she understands why he didn't tell her.
Oh, yeah. And he's already kind of unpacked all his little books and everything.
Yeah.
Which Hunter's now sitting down and reading some of them.
Mm-hmm.
You would notice something, I'll say, because it's Rin and she knew a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
You remember at one point, because your memories were changed,
Yeah.
Lucky was asking for anyone to give him notes, books, anything on just general information they ever find out, or anything they would want somebody to know. And you're recognizing a lot of the handwriting in these books. This is where they ended up, was with him.
He planned way ahead.
There is a lot of... Did you recall the one that he had everybody sign?
Yeah.
Because you were technically around for that.
Yeah.
Which, for yours and Striker's, are probably like little paw prints as their signatures.
Yeah, because we weren't fully... Rin didn't have her normal form at that point.
Yes.
She probably told somebody, like, hey, put this in there, and then just went boop!
Yeah.
Now my paws are gonna smell like ink for an hour.
That's, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that is definitely something you would notice. It is essentially any member of Gladius had that ability to do that and give that to him. So there was a lot of different journals. That's why I said it was a couple bags of holding.
Honestly, I think what Rin would do seeing all that is because she can probably quickly figure out what everything is, help organize it all in like groups and everything like that, just based on what knowledge she knows is in there or based on who wrote it or whatever.
Yes. Yeah, some of it's like, I would say it's probably like a mix of some of it's not very important information. Some of it's kind of a mixture of like just people like saying about them so nobody would forget them type of thing. So there would be a mix of like important stuff and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Just helping with that because she and Taro know what's probably all in those notebooks, but not anybody else would know. So it's easier for them to get things semi-organized for anybody else that needs it.
Yes, if they need like to basically find a book on somebody specific, it can be found. So it'll take a little bit, but you can do that.
Yeah. She wants to be doing something. She suddenly is feeling I was helpless, what the hell?
Yeah, you do also find quite a few sets specifically belonging to two people.
Yeah.
Dads. All of Dad's. Both Dad's books.
Yeah. She just sets them both off with each other where they belong.
Yeah.
Taking out anything to do with this is how you induce a mass murder without lifting a finger out of Matthew's pile.
Yeah. Basically, anything Lucky didn't write down, he memorized. Everything else, he has all the inventions.
Yeah.
So he's a very, probably a good thing he's a well-kept secret right now.
Oh, yes. And Ren is going to help keep it that way.
The less people that know that he's here, the better.
Nope.
He would eventually ask Rin, so what's this about an uncle? Yeah, I think that would be a conversation he will also have with her, trying to get, who's Ace? Who's this person?
And that would lead Ren into the, I'm going to try and say this nicely because he's actually been somewhat decent.
Yes. But he's also kind of mixing up his working on Julius a bit.
Mhm.
So that's what they're gonna be doing then for a while. That'll probably take a good chunk of the day.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So, let's see, Reyan's taking his friends around. Mihi bought some clothes and is checking on her family, I'm guessing. Harx did the notebook thing. What is Harx doing?
Fuck, I don't know.
If you don't know what he'd be doing other than just like wandering or something,
Honestly, that'd probably be it. Like, mostly going around just checking on just random people.
Mm-hmm.
Like the people he, is usually in contact with, other people as far as...
Yeah, as far as you can tell, nothing has changed based on like conversations you're having with people and things like that. It seems that they did actually do the minimal amount of damage they could. Minus the few people that, probably were in touch with Gladius in some way, probably have some vague memory of Lucky coming to them for that stuff. But that's about it.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. So, does anyone have anything specific they want to do? Or are we good to just let the day play out?
My body's prepared.
I am scared, but yeet!
Yeet. Cool. So early the next morning, like, but crack of dawn early, you are requested to meet with Taro. And he'll actually not necessarily be in the same room, he'll probably actually be in a different room than where they are.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Usual round robins of I will be safe, please nobody die on while I'm gone, and
Alright.
That usually makes way over there.
Yep.
And her new snazzy coat.
You snazzy coat.
Quite comfortable here. It's not too hot underground, so it's hot when you're outside.
She's given the sound for the test run.
There you go.
I had to put these two
It
on
would
up
seem she's
on
not the most
squares.
comfortable in it.
You will take note, it's only you three that have showed up. Okay, so, good news.
What have you done with the other one?
He's alive, he's just sedated, technically.
Is he alright?
But- Yes, he's alright, but listen, hear me out. Good news. He has not had his memories, like, erased or suppressed or anything like that. It's more of like the human version of suppressing memories, I think, is what happened.
Oh.
What's the bad news?
The bad news is some of his memories look like they have been messed with, but more like an overlap. Rewritten.
Kind of looks at the other two. That shouldn't be possible, right?
Modified
Well,
memory
there's-
and things like that can cause that.
Mind altering.
And he's... I know you don't want to like it when I say this, but he is still a machine, and it's not hard to program and rewrite the memories either. But the originals still exist, which is why I say there's a weird overlap to some of them.
Maybe it's from a lot of jumping around?
This was something done by someone.
Recently?
Not sure how recently. I know any memories he has of here has not been changed. At least that all looked pretty normal. Look. I think your best bet is to find out some things from his past. But listen, I don't recommend taking him, for one, because if he doesn't remember things that happened or is forcefully suppressing some memories, probably not a good idea to take him back to the place he is suppressing. Two, I know you guys have been trying to change the past. Hunter explained quite a bit to me. But what if you just go back like you did with Lucky just to find information? Does that make sense?
That's not a bad idea. As long as we don't do what we did with Lucky and spill the beans.
So, all right. A player wants to clarify before he has Harx speak. Go back in time to get information regarding Julius. Cool. So yeah, he would respond this way. Right. So go back and go to where they lived, which coincidentally is also where the toy maker lived.
From what I could gather, yes, he seemed to have existed in that time.
Gotcha. So, it's unclear at the moment, and this is something we haven't learned, whether or not the Toymaker was ever a good person. I would like to think something might have changed, which is why he acts the way he does now. But, unfortunately, we could just be going back to a homicidal maniac.
See, that's the thing about the weird overlap, though. He exists in the memories, but he doesn't. Long period of time, it's understandable if they forget things, but that's for normal people like you guys, myself. People who live a long time can forget things, which is why many of us take up writing journals and things. Julius's case, it seems like someone didn't want him to remember. So they rewrote a lot of it. And replaced specific people within the memories. I couldn't say who. They were kind of erased for the most part, but just seems off. Like I can tell it's been tampered with.
Mm-hmm.
But rather than trying to change the past, as you can see, the results are not always the most beneficial. They are, but they aren't. Maybe focus a little more on trying to find out more about the people you're going to deal with. And this might be a good start. Especially if you want to make sure that he's not going to be a future threat.
I can't argue with that logic. Turns to the other two. Prepare to go to the ethereal plane where things will always try and kill you.
I'm sending you back to a point before it was the ethereal.
Oh?
And he was still pretty young. At least, alive.
Huh. Well, this will be interesting.
Well, better question, how close to when his village was destroyed?
You'll have enough time to not have to worry about it.
Alright. Note to self, have the thing pre-programmed to get us the fuck out of there.
Oh, I also made you these. And he'll hold out bracelets.
Reyan will take one.
Likewise.
Sure.
What
You
are
only-
these?
He only hands out two. Actually, this is my DM bad. He only hands out one to Rand and one to Mihi.
Perfect.
Well, one other thing is obviously probably not letting yourselves be seen as you are is a good idea.
Looks back at his wings.
Mhm.
Yeah, they're not easy to hide.
And those have an alter self spell.
Oh.
Essentially can do what that one does, just not as, effective. Changelings are different, but it's as close as I could get.
Limits to this? Well, usage.
Okay, so you can use it as a bonus action, and you need at least a short rest in between each use. So it lasts, how long does the Alter Self spell last?
That's what I was about to look up for you.
Yes.
I believe it is up to 1 hour.
For an hour. Alright, hold on, let me look at my notes and make sure it's only a 1 day use thing.
Gotcha.
With it being on the item, you avoid the concentration part of it.
There you go. That's a good thing.
He will mention that the only way to see through it is the same way like people can see a changeling's true appearance, so true sight and things like that can see through it. But other than that, you can at least make some alterations to your form. In the case of your wings, I will allow that if you guys wish to remove your wings, or if you'd rather look like something else that has wings.
And it lasts for an hour?
Yes, it lasts for an hour at a time. I will say that as long as you keep reactivating it, you can keep using it. Because the item I found had a 1 short rest use, but I will say I will change that to you can keep using it as long as you remember to do it every hour. More of like a temporary permanent version.
Got it.
Gotcha.
Should hopefully make
Also-
things easier as far as people remembering you.
Mm-hmm.
I have options.
Yes. Alter Self ad gives you a lot of options to like change how your entire look is, so that was the only thing that I could think of that would work similar to what changelings do. Without it being the illusion version. Because it's a little harder to see through. It is specifically one, if I remember right, that has to have like true sight to see through it.
Yeah.
If you guys want to go through the effort of finding a picture, that is up to you. Otherwise, we're just going to play imagination game.
Yeah, I'm good.
So,
Yeah, that would involve uploading a new image. Fuck. What would you want to be?
make yourself a tiefling. It actually lets you give natural weapons too, which is kind of cool. That's what's neat about Alter Self.
Yeah. Downside,
Yeah.
it can only be one of those 3 effects. You can't have more than one.
Yeah. Well, you can make yourself look like a tiefling and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Just depends on the area.
Yes.
I can't make decisions.
But, like I said, this would be a good trial run of going back there, see if you can find the toy maker. He lived in the town. Like I said, I saw signs that he might have. And this would be a good opportunity to talk to him, wouldn't it? Before he's homicidal, as you say.
DM, I have a very important question.
Hmm.
Would you say Mihi has seen at least one drow?
Probably walking around, yeah.
Excellent.
Technically Jack is a drow. He's just altered.
Excellent. I will describe her chosen form when that happens then.
Fair. Yeah, you guys have quite the variety of different races to choose from that walk around this place.
I have a terrible idea.
Hmm.
We'll give you guys
Don't worry about it.
Coordinates, the date, the time he's going to leave up to you. As far as like what time of day you'd like to go there.
Excellent.
Hmm. They've already had a long rest, right? Is this the next day, or is it
Yes,
still the
this
same
is
day?
the next day.
Okay, I want to make sure I had to.
Yes,
Or
that was
make
the
sure I
other
need
reason I
to-
wanted to give you guys a day, because you guys did have that fight.
Yep.
Yeah, I was still sitting at 7 HP.
Mm-hmm.
24 gods.
I was still sitting at 7 out of 45.
Hmm?
I was saying like, oh, Hitachi. You know, quick little backtrack thing the day before. Could he have went to wherever they store like items and stuff and see what kind of magic items they have?
They have general magic items that everyone can access. Is there a specific item you're looking for? Because that would depend on who has it.
Fair. Here's where I hate player knowledge versus character knowledge.
Mhm.
Player knowledge, I know of a book that someone had that increased things beyond 20.
Alwyn also had one of those books.
Yes.
You talking about the one Garthog had? And
Garthog never read it.
yeah, well, you can read it every so many years.
Yeah.
I remember
Miss
if it was a
Harx wouldn't
century
know
or a
about it.
decade.
It's a century.
Hmm.
Now, Alwyn's, I believe, let me double check.
I believe his was a charisma one.
His, because I have like marked on his sheet which one it was.
Fair.
His was wisdom
Oh, shit.
because he was druid. The wisdom was his thing.
He would go look for magic books.
Magic books. I will.
Magic books.
I will roll a percentage to see if they had gotten a hold of any of those.
Magic book.
To see which one, and then I will roll a random number of which one they got if they did.
Seeing the word book reminds me of something that I need to find now.
High or low?
You know what? Knowing my luck, low.
Okay.
going to.
They have
this.
one.
Oh no.
And I rolled randomly on a d6 to see which one they had. The one they have is for strength.
Oh boy.
For the gainful exercise one.
Why does player instantly think of a book written by Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Jesus. But yes, that is the only one that they have because it was a really low percent. But
No, that's
because you
good.
guessed
That's
below, I
good.
still gave the one.
That is fine. No, he doesn't need that.
Okay.
He doesn't believe in strength.
If they come across any more, they will let you know.
Perfect.
But otherwise, that is the only one they have currently, and Ace is holding on to that for when somebody would need it. Yeah, because he's a Dex character. He doesn't use it either.
Well, he also currently has the belt of Cloud Giant Strength.
Yes, he has.
Unless he gave it back to Amos.
He would have given that back.
Okay, so I can mark that back on Amos' sheet. Never mind.
He does better with his Dex over Strength, to be fair. But yes, that is all he got.
Perfect.
Currently, the only one in your group that could possibly benefit from that is Reyan if he started using melee more.
Yeah.
If that becomes necessary, that's a day we should all be concerned.
That is true.
When a cleric has to start getting into melee, you should all be...
Aurora was, like, always melee and magic healing.
That's fair.
She was the up-in-your-face cleric. But there are people around that could benefit from it. It's a one use per so many years. So they've just held on to it.
Mm-hmm.
And just think. If Amos had been reading that, he wouldn't have even needed the belt.
Hey, you can still read it.
Mhm.
You can still read it and keep going and going and go.
I don't remember
No.
what the actual, like, wait time is. I'm gonna say it's like 10 years or something.
Hey, it's a century.
A century? Okay.
It is a century.
Yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah. Anyways. So that is his suggestion.
Alright, so I guess that is what they might be doing.
Yeah.
Or what they are doing. It's fine.
Uh-huh. Oh boy.
I didn't do it. Maybe I did.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
I think Harx is nervous because he's heard some stories from Ace.
You know.
Because Ace worked with this man at one point.
Reyan's nervous just because he is not a fan of the situation. but you know what? It's
This
just for
is someone
information.
who eventually takes over one of the lands in this part of the group of people trying and made a deal with the dragon.
Yeah, he's not a fan of the situation, but he's like, okay, we're just going to get information and we're leaving. We're just
Right.
going to get information and we're leaving.
Reyan also found out the other information that Harx found out. This person wanted to turn his mother into a doll.
Yeah. He's like, oh, you know, why am I not? Why am I not? Like,
Before they leave,
Mhm.
Harx is going to look over at Reyan.
uh-oh.
You best use that ring to that bracelet to the best of its ability.
Meaning?
Meaning this man was very attracted to your mother and to turning her into a doll. You don't look much different.
Pretty woman.
You don't look much different.
I'm gonna move these because I need to look for a board.
So I would suggest you hide the way you look in case we stumble upon this man and he is already not fully there.
I suppose.
And it's celestial to Mihi. Same goes for you.
What goes for me?
Hide your appearance to the best of your ability using that bracelet.
I see. I was thinking something along the lines of she will activate the bracelet.
Perfect.
Just it's like she kind of showed up in a vaguely militarized, military-esque looking jacket type thing in gray.
Oh.
With tights and a skirt.
Ah. Alright.
And rolling the opposite of what was recommended, she chose form over function for the other things.
Oh dear.
She might not be comfortable right now. It's fine.
No. What's comfort when you're going to a possible war zone?
Oh, yeah. Her ears get a little pointier, her chin gets slightly more angular, and she is now a dark elf.
Ah, I see.
So she starts thinking, are these kind known for their speech in Celestial?
I aspire.
Bye, Aspire.
God.
Doesn't want her here.
It doesn't, apparently. Aspire, what did you do to this thing?
I don't know.
Did you upset it?
It's fine. We can still hear her. She can still be tormented by our shenanigans.
Again.
Listen, I don't even have to be in a voice call to be tormented by shenanigans. You know this. The amount of times I've just peeked into no mic and then there's a conversation going on and I've gone, what?
Not my fault. 10% of the time. The rest, yeah, totally. Also, an example of codes, I could get the full ensemble in a single image.
What? Steam might be down.
Oh,
What do you
boy.
mean?
okay.
I
for
would
you.
close the game entirely and come back.
Oh, jeez. What did you do?
Oh no!
Hey, Drag.
Hmm.
I found something for you.
Oh.
What?
God damn it.
I don't want to.
I'll put it in no mic.
Unable to sync. Why? What?
Maybe try restarting your Steam. I don't know.
Maybe.
Just,
It could be down. Could be doing an
Yeah.
update.
God damn it.
I did an update earlier.
It said point to your ears and an angular chin.
That's not angular, that's broad.
It's slightly angular.
Sometimes I realize I almost had the perfect draw image already.
Oh no.
Although that one's more armored, but yes.
I think
All
this
that
work.
Giga
Behold,
Dunmer.
the accidental inspiration.
Hey,
Nice.
yo. Don't kill anybody. Yet. Murder. It will appear whenever. Ooh, pretty colors.
Obviously, the streets are wider than this, but it works
Not anymore, they're not.
for what it is.
I can make them wider.
I
just
Meteor swarm.
realized what my side character is going to be somewhere. It's fine. Okay.
Worry about it.
Oh, pretty streets.
I'll see the pretty streets as soon
No,
as
you won't.
things decide to cooperate.
I know.
May I suggest setting Steam to Wumbo?
Yes. Glorious Wumbo.
Either that or turning it on and off again.
I don't know how. I don't. Well, that's usually how that works. Is your device plugged in, first of all?
Okay, things seem to be fine. I rebooted Steam and now I'm launching things.
Okay. Harx, you do have a little bit of an advantage here. You do recall what the house looked like looking out of it.
Uh-huh.
You don't know what the house looks like on the outside, but you do know what it was facing.
Yeah.
So, as far as when you're looking for the general area, that will be a helpful thing for you.
Oh, right. I also remembered Mihi did ask if Dark Elves were known for speaking Celestial.
No, they're known for speaking Undercommon.
Okay, slight addendum to her appearance then.
Depends on where she grew up, technically.
Well, that and she will have a scar across her throat.
Oh dear. Oh, so she didn't have to speak.
Smart.
Exactly.
You can still use the thing to understand people.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the ring is with one of the brothers, but she does have
yeah.
comprehend languages.
That's right.
Which, I know it's a ritual. I just forgot how long it lasts.
I'm now going to put a bunch of random NPC tokens. There are people going to be wandering these streets. Very busy little town. But this is roughly how the size of it would be. It is not big by any means.
Crap, it lasts an hour. Okay. I can understand people for an hour. Going into this, and then I have to use spell slots because I don't know if I have enough time for ritual.
Hmm.
There we
Thank God.
go. Look, streets.
Yeah. This works.
Yeah.
So whenever you guys are ready to go, I will let you choose where you end up on this map. Because it'll be in a random place. Or you can appear outside of it.
Everybody frenzy! No.
I
would do the Frank yell, but I cannot do that glorious noise.
I know, that is the best noise.
What noise?
The
Frank.
Samination's Frank screech.
Yeah.
Nobody can
I
do
can't
that.
it either. No, only he can.
Do we all randomly fly out, or do we all end up at the same random place?
You'll end up near wherever Harx is, basically.
Uh.
So I'll let you guys all kind of decide.
Well, he's
where.
not sure if he wants to show up outside of said house.
Well, that's what I said. You could either appear outside of town, or you could appear...
He will outside of town, because that would be... better.
Yeah, a little less eyes looking at you if you're outside of town.
Mhm.
Instead of just appearing randomly in the city.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
It's raining! Raining is that
Goody!
It's meteor swarm.
thunderstorm.
It's meteor swarm.
Oh, good.
So it's actually not as busy as you would have seen in that one vision.
Perfect.
So they're
Oh, it's
more
a slightly
people.
warm thunderstorm. I don't like that.
I haven't rolled all the rest of them yet. No wind.
No wind. Come on, come on, come on.
It is warm.
Ew. Warm rain.
Murky thunderstorm.
Ugh. It's a summer thunderstorm. Ew. I don't like them.
Times to be glad Mihi brought the coat anyway.
Yeah.
It's gonna be warm and muggy and humid. Ugh. Yeah.
You guys are almost
Fine, don't-
immediately soaked when you get there.
Okay, well,
Be very glad my brain thought, you know, she would want to close, because this would be very, very awkward.
I see no problem with this.
Well, best of luck to you two. Wait, no.
For image purposes, what did you guys change into? She's a drow.
Yes, I have a bag of these things.
Which I have a rough example of what she ended up looking like in the
I have a
new
bag of these
Yeah.
things.
and the code is above the Skyrim thing.
Drow with a scar. So I'm making more mental notes so that when
Gotcha.
NPCs come talk to you, they can kind of realize, oh.
as much as he is not 100% wanting to take on Harx's advice just to hide his entire person, he probably do. Because while yes, he does hide his horns and everything like that, his parents were trying very hard to make sure he wasn't like afraid to be seen as who he was.
So you just basically make yourself look more human.
Yeah, basically.
No wings, no horns, things like that.
I'm gonna leave
Yeah.
the Harx token over here.
And
Can
take
switch out.
away basically the features that his mom would have given him, like in the parentage and everything like that. So he just looks like a human kid.
Mm.
Probably more like his dad at this point, because if you take out everything that Cam was.
Yeah. Okay.
I was so tempted to be an Aarakocra.
Hey, I said you could change to something with wings. That has something with wings.
Yeah, I was tempted, but no. I get to be Dark Elf. I am Dark Elf. And not that very, very concerning game. I am just a normal elf that just happened to be dark in complexion. Don't ask where my brain is right now. I don't even know.
Okay. Let's find music for this here. Oh yeah, I have thunderstorm sounds.
Must not reference music of particular band. Oh, it's because I can't scream that good. It's fine.
That's a little eerie, but it's
I like it.
sure, why not?
A harpsichord. That sounds like a harpsichord.
Might be. Yeah, so the streets aren't too busy. You do see a few people wandering around doing their daily thing, but for the most part, people don't seem like they want to be out.
Mm-hmm.
what do you guys do as you enter this little town?
So, this is player now asking who again. I know we were trying to avoid Toymaker, but also we're kind of trying to find Toymaker. I couldn't.
We also don't know what he looks like.
Yeah.
Nope, you guys have never seen him. But Harx has a rough idea of what Julius used to look like.
Yep.
And a visual image of what his house looks towards.
He would set off. He would just set off without a word.
Harx is just gonna keep up with him. Do you mind explaining where we're going?
Well, I know about where we're going.
Shove you guys in the city. It's
Also, B-clad formal for function did not apply to her shoes as well. Bye, Aspire.
Oh god, it's my session failed with drag and it's all going again. God dang it!
oh no.
It's fine. I'm still here. Continue.
If she chose fashionable shoes too, she's now effectively top-heavy. Or, not top-heavy.
Oh my.
The wings were counterbalanced, damn it. Now balance is weird. Hi.
Hi. So apparently I wasn't here.
My brain has figured out a fatal flaw in my costuming.
Hmm.
The wings were kind of a counterbalance.
You know...
Trust me, I understand.
As praise be, she chose functional shoeing. For now. Alright, so Aspire, you came back quick this time.
Yes.
For now.
Roll me an investigation, Harx.
Alright, there's that spot in front of me there. That's the
Guidance?
number.
Guidance.
Do I want guidance though?
Take it anyway.
This is more to see how long it takes you to find it.
Fair enough.
Not a big place, but it is a lot of twists and turns.
Alright, fine. I'll work out. What is that, a D4?
Yeah.
Aspire,
Can't let me do this.
that's overkill.
Listen.
No such thing.
So I rolled a 19 on the die for my initial roll,
Uh-huh.
which made it 22.
Mm-hmm.
I rolled a 4 on the D4.
So
It's 26.
26. It does not take you very long at all to find the rough area. So you will actually end up over here because the window looks down this way. You remember a lot of this scenery, essentially.
Hmm.
This is the house, little house.
I guess. Can we go stand inside the windows?
If you'd like.
No.
Nah.
I'm not going to go press my face against the window. Hello?
The lights are currently out.
Uh-huh.
Roll me a perception.
Perception? Oh, Lord.
Yeet.
Oh dear.
Holy
We're all doing this, I just...
Anybody can roll it.
Okay.
Holy shyster. That's a number.
Well, Mihi's would be more keeping an eye on surroundings.
Mhm.
Oh,
Oh.
not bad.
Right, I totally have a number for that. Oh, hey. It works here.
Oh my god.
How did we all get 16? How?
Because this dice decided that it wanted to land exactly on 16.
I have a
Okay,
+1.
so all
I
of
have-
you... Okay, so we'll start with Mihi, because you're just looking at, like, the general surroundings and stuff.
Peace.
It looks like, you know, a pretty peaceful place. Nobody's really paying you guys much mind other than they can tell you're new kind of look when they do pay attention to you for a second. But it's more of a, like, quick glance, see strangers, keep going type of situation.
Excellent.
They might be kind of used to travelers, is what the hint you're getting. Two of you, move you guys a little further over here. Because y'all rolled the fucking same thing. Technically, Mihi notices this as well, but probably pays no mind to it. You see a child further down the street staring into a shop window. Right down this way.
And that way?
Harx, you recognize
Is
this
it-
child.
It's Julius. It's Julius, isn't it?
What the picture I found for him on the board. He's just kind of staring into the window in here. Kind of like, you know when a kid sees something they like and they're kind of like leaning on the window a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, PS5.
He will lead everyone down the path and will pass by. Just pass by, but glance into the window to see what he's looking at.
There. As you're kind of walking down, he hasn't seemed to have noticed you guys. He's pretty focused, which is pretty normal for him when he gets locked onto something.
Even now.
Yeah. You see him kind of tap on the window, and as you're passing by, you notice two figures sitting there with their eyes closed in the window. They look real, but yet not. And as he's tapping on it, you see that they both slowly open their eyes and have this kind of vacant stare as he's looking at two dolls. So I had to go find pictures of unbroken versions of them.
Good.
And he smiles and kind of steps back as they come out to the door. And one of them speaks up. You want to play? And he'll nod and take their hand, and they kind of run off back this way, essentially. As you guys all went down the street.
Does there appear to be a shopkeeper?
Not that you can see, but it does look like there's all kinds of different little strange looking creations of toys in there.
Does he do this?
The door's technically like here, by the way.
Yeah.
That's technically
He's gonna grin and just say under his breath, I thought as much. Probably loud enough for those two to hear him.
Mm-hmm. Thought as much what?
You can still kind of see them playing over by his house, essentially.
I think we found them both. And he will enter the shop.
Okay.
Following after.
This entire thing is technically
Okay.
the shop.
Mhm.
This is the kind of where all the stuff is, that's like the entrance.
So, kind of go in and just start looking around, basically.
Fair enough. Question is, do either the other two question? He shares facial features, but he doesn't look like the one you know.
Hmm. Gotta be honest, Mihi doesn't fully understand the full situation of why we're even here, so she's kind of along for the ride.
Fair.
Mm.
All she knows is she is mute for reasons, and that is what she is sticking to. Except for the occasion, once every hour she has to speak in a gravelly voice to re-up the language of comprehending.
Mhm.
Okay. So you
Yeah.
wander the shop and you see all kinds of different little trinkets and toys. Most of them are, unlike those other two, look fake. Like, you can tell it's dolls. Those are the only two lifelike looking things. But there's like a stuffed snake that's a little creepy. Like, a lot of the stuff is kind of unsettling in its own way.
Hmm.
They range from porcelain dolls to puppets to stuffed animals.
Mihi is totally gonna poke at least one plushie.
Okay. Doesn't move. That you're aware
How
of.
soft is the poked plushie?
Feels like stuffed cotton bear.
She finds this discovery fascinating.
Do you look away from it at all?
Well, guys, you might have lost her. Nope.
Okay. Yeah, as you're staring at it, it doesn't seem to do anything.
Harx does the thing, pulls the gun, and puts a bullet in both their heads.
Oh, Jesus.
Good night, young ones. This was my plan all along.
Fish and mild. We'll get him next time.
Do either of you focus on anything? It's me, he is distracted by a bear.
You know what? He will be looking around at he will look at all the different things, but also assuming he sees like the counter where the shopkeep would be. Is there a counter?
Yes. There are a couple
He-
back rooms as well.
He would fair. He would just be looking around everything.
As a mental note, I will say for everyone's sake, is dolls look about to be the same age as that version of Julius.
Mm-hmm.
Those two that went out with him.
Gotcha. But yeah, he's kind of looking around, but also every so often looking up at the counter. Glancing over the counter, see if the shopkeeper or somebody is at the counter or something.
Nope, not that you see at the moment.
He... Huh. Trying to think. What kind of stuffed animals are there?
Whatever you can think of.
Mhm.
Three-legged unicorn with a monkey tail.
You know what I mean. There's probably a unicorn there.
Gotcha. Fair.
It's
Oh.
strange, even though a lot of these look fake, they almost feel like they're alive and watching you.
He's in the background, just gently shaking the paw of the bear.
You shake its paw.
Yes.
You swear it shakes back.
She is fascinated by this.
See, this is where the player in me, if things started like shaking his hand back, and I could tell they were things, I wouldn't be able to say no to all of them. Like, I'd be like, that one's gonna feel bad then if I don't pick it.
Make me an insight check on the whatever
God.
you're looking at.
No.
You're kind of like getting closer looks at everything.
Flap is unaware that she should be concerned, or at least wondering why these teddy bears are animate.
That should be 17 total.
17? As you're walking past him, looking at him, Harx, you swear that some of them are turning their heads to look at you. It's out of the corner of your eye.
Player is now sad. Player's like, I want them all. That way they all have a friend. Like I said, player would feel horrible picking one and then knowing, oh my god, they all know.
How you doing? She's muted.
She has stepped away, I believe.
Ah.
She said, BRB can still hear that. That means you can hear this.
Yeah. The unsettled, everything is watching you in the place.
Indeed.
As you guys are standing there focused on your whatever you're staring at, you hear a voice near the door. He's just unsettled, yes. You find anything of interest? I actually had to go find a picture of a normal version of him.
Oh my gosh. It's a normal toy maker.
Hmm. There's a couple things that catch your eye about him, Harx, but I'm sure you can figure that out.
Does he have some similarities to Young Master Julius?
Yeah, he definitely has the red hair and green eyes.
How old does he look?
Probably, maybe early 30s. Somewhere in there. Early to mid 30s.
His character now knows one of the memories that was changed.
can I help you?
Harx would kind of just speak up. Yes, hey, just traveling through, and promised my boy I'd pick him up something on the way back. Just saw the shop here and decided to stop in.
Yeah. Everything in here makes a good little companion for our children.
I noticed the two that ran off with the young lad that was looking in here before we walked in.
Yeah. He doesn't have many friends, so I made him some. They seem to like him.
Hey.
What kind of interest does your child have?
Well, see, that's the problem. He can never stay settled on one thing. 1 minute it's bears, the next minute it's dragons, and then back to bear. Yeah, it's very fickle boy. Much like his father.
Yes, I guarantee whatever you get him, I don't think he'll lose interest in.
Oh, I hope not.
Everything in here has its own little personality.
Can I insight him to see? Is he different from what story is he different now from what stories he's been told about?
Sure. An insight.
That is a natural 2021.
Woo!
Yes. It's only a +1 still though. Yes.
He is different as far as outside. There's still a little bit of like the way he talks is not the most sane as far as like saying things have personalities and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But
at the same time,
but at the
Harx
same
is
time,
aware
he's
what kind of thing he makes.
Yeah, he's a toy maker, so that might make sense.
Yeah.
But he's not. He still seems very normal.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like any like normal shopkeeper you would meet.
Now here's where things are going to get a little wonky. Is one of the stuffed animal things he can find look similar? Not obviously not the same because it's similar to the creation that Julius made. In the same like realm of.
Are you talking about the dragon thing? That was something Hunter made.
Oh, Hunter made that. Okay. Julius just put the soul in it, right?
Yes.
Was there something similar to that? Yeah.
You probably find a kind of similar animal because it is based off of a dragon-like animal.
Mm-hmm.
Probably less of a stuffed version, more of a like wooden toy, like carving type of thing.
He will pick it up. Honestly, this might do.
That one hasn't been given a personality just yet. Interesting choice.
What do you mean by personality?
Huh. Well, he's gonna point behind you, Ran.
Mm-hmm.
You turn around.
Slowly. Very slowly.
You see the stuffed little kinku wave its hand. Or wing at you.
The urge to wave a wing back, but wing's not there, so he kind of waves his hand. How?
Magic is a wondrous thing, isn't it?
Magician never reveals his secrets.
This is one interesting trick.
Well, everything in here is capable of being a good friend.
I have Cam screaming in my head, just going, no, no, no!
You know what's funny? Harx is probably thinking in the back of his... Well, player is thinking, because Harx would not be thinking it. Because he doesn't want things to go wrong if he starts thinking it.
Mm-hmm.
Player is thinking, hey, look, Harx might have been right. And player also thinks he knows what changed.
He's gonna step forward. Just kind of lean closer. I like to tell the kids I sold my soul to the devil. They find that interesting.
Insight check.
Sure they do.
Sure.
Again, he's trying to learn things about this man to make sure to see
That's fair.
if he was always like it. 18.
18. Okay. One moment.
He's mostly just looking to see if there's any truth, like any actual truth to what he's saying. Like, yes, it may be something he tells the kids, but
You can't tell. He seems
I had a
to
feeling
be.
it's gonna be that.
Seems to be just a story he came up with, like, from what you could tell.
Why wasn't this one given a personality yet?
It's not finished.
Oh, my apologies. He'll begin to set it down.
Oh, I can easily figure something out if you really want it.
Oh, I don't want to impose.
Doesn't take long at all. He will come over and he will take it.
Hearing what sounds
you
like
head
your
off
artisan
to
about
the
to go to
back.
work.
Yep.
Oh,
And
damn.
You will head off to the back.
Harx is going to smirk.
Well, I can see why my mother did not enjoy interacting with him.
He hasn't even
Harx
been that
is-
bad with him.
I know, he's
Harx is
just
going to-
unsettled.
Harx is going to look at him. I'd watch your tongue while we're in here.
Oh, right.
Got a lot of eyes watching you.
He did not think about that. He wouldn't have thought about that.
Meanwhile, Mihi, after realizing, he went to a place I can't see him where goes back to the bear.
Don't worry. And Harx will just...
You turn back around, the bear has stood up now.
Harx will just make a comment like he's just assuring him that we'll be leaving soon. Don't worry, once we're done here, I can see you're uneasy. We'll be back on the road. Don't worry.
kind of want this bear.
Mihi will just kind of make a motion, like basically pantomiming words coming out of mouth to see if this thing can talk. With the questioning eyeball. Or questioning look, not eyeball.
God, it's
Circle.
It would probably point to its own, like, kind of like lift up a paw to where its mouth is, and you see it sewn shut, like a normal bear would be.
I see.
Can Harx tell if Mihi actually wants this bear?
Yes. She's very
He
curious
will
about her.
wait. He will wait until this person comes back.
I'm sure there is information to be found here. However, I'm gonna go wait outside if that's all right.
Well, you sure? It won't be too much longer. All right. We'll join you outside in a bit.
Just kind of like, nope, I'm uncomfy. Bye.
Yeah, you'd see Julius down the road playing with the girls, kind of sitting down, laughing with them. Being normal, like any kid.
She's just gonna watch them for a while, periodically.
Yeah, he will eventually come back out. He'll hold it out to you. He kind of stands up in his hand and hops over.
I give it a little pat on the head.
And wags his tail. Like a dog.
Now, how much will these be?
I don't charge for the toys. I have a belief that they choose their owner.
Well, speaking of, he'll turn and look at the bear and Mihi as they're interacting with each other.
She's just in the background, like she's pointing at the bear.
It's like holding its arms up to
look.
It's holding its arms up with uppies type of like motion.
She will uppies the bear.
I think that one over there has chosen my other colleague.
Your friend left.
He was a little uneasy, I'll be honest.
The place isn't for everybody.
No, probably not, but it was intriguing. Came in. He's a little new at some of the areas we've been to. Still a little jumpy.
I can see that. He's not looking at you, Ram, but he's over at the window and he's kind of looking down the road now. The other dolls. Thinking about making him some siblings. Mother's a bit too, well, I shouldn't say. In her own head, I guess, would be the word for it.
I see. Well, I'm sure he'd enjoy that. From the look on his face when they went running by. He enjoys their company.
Those ones are a bit harder to create. But worth it to see a smile on someone's face.
I'm sure a lot of people appreciate what you do.
Shrugs.
But I appreciate what you do. So it's always good seeing someone trying to make the world a better place.
Hmm. Guess I've never really thought about it.
Well, you had to have thought of it a little, making companions for people, giving them friends so they're not lonely.
Now, when you grow up lonely, you don't want anyone else to feel the same.
That is a very true statement.
Most of these are, you could say, the imaginary friends I came up with and just decided to bring to life.
Harx will reach in his bag and will pull out 5 gold.
Hmm.
I know you said you don't charge, but at least something to help you get more supplies to continue what you're doing.
Oh, I couldn't accept that.
Hmm?
I couldn't accept that.
If you say so.
Yeah, is there anything else I can help you two with?
No, I believe that is it.
Should I go scare your friend a bit?
Please don't. It was hard enough to convince him to come with us this time around.
Aw, well, I got a spider.
Well, that definitely might not sit well with him. Actually, I don't know how he would react to spiders. No, as much as it would bring me joy to see what would happen, I'd rather not try and scar the young man to where he doesn't want to embark on another journey with us.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Again, I appreciate this, and best of luck with your continued success here.
I get by.
He will begin heading for the door.
Yeah, he used very particular phrasing. Before he moves from the window,
Mm-hmm.
Mihi would have come up behind him and just lightly tugged on the shirt, his shirt.
Turn to look at her.
She will mouth as close as she knows to the word "thank you" in common. She seems relatively saddened.
Aw. You're very welcome. I hope your new friend can keep you some company.
Well, not with a light smile.
He'll make his way to the door and set out.
Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well. As he heads out, is Reyan looking at them as they're leaving, or is he looking down towards Julius and them?
Probably still towards Julius a little bit. Like, he doesn't, continuously stare, but, does, check back just to...
Harx will
kind of see
quietly
what's up.
make his way out and will place his hand on Reyan's shoulder.
I...
Guys, we should be alone now. couple of things else to do, and then we must be on our way.
All right.
And he will begin walking away from, like, the opposite direction, away from Julius and the two dolls and the shop.
Okay. You are free to continue your investigation. You could try asking some people in town. You can have a conversation. Up to you.
Harx is gonna put this toy in like his bag where its head is like kind of poking up out of it.
Mhm.
Like still under like the flap of the bag where it's not getting rained on.
Mhm.
But it's able to poke its head out and see.
Yeah, it's kind of still while it sits in there, but again, you still feel like there's a presence.
Mm-hmm.
Mihi, your little bear, is hugging you.
No.
It's fine.
Alright, I will let
Bear is friend. Bear is friend for life now.
I will let you decide. As he's looking at Reyan.
Uh,
Do we ask others for their thoughts on some of the people around here? Or is that too forward of asking information in a place that we probably shouldn't let know people were asking?
mm. I mean, okay, I hate to do this. My brain entirely just reset, and so you're gonna have to say it again.
He was asking if Reyan thought it would be a good idea to ask people information and their opinions of people, or would that be too forward of a thing to do because of how touch and go they're trying to be with this?
I mean, we could potentially start with, like, just listening to rumors. I wouldn't doubt that he had a lot of them. And joining that conversation to get a little bit more information than otherwise asking directly seems a little odd.
The shop's name, by the way, called the Toy Maker. I did not mention that earlier, but I thought that would be a good little note.
What was it?
The Toy Maker.
Oh, is that what the shop's called?
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Do you believe that we have sufficient information?
I mean, he's just someone that makes things. I don't. Did you get anything when you were talking to him?
Oh, you mean other than he shared... And he's continuing talking this different accent, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, other than the obvious similarities between him and young Julius. Not much other than that. He's much different than he is back where we come from.
Definitely more, probably. From my mother's description, at least. He's still not... I don't know. I get heebie-jeebies.
I don't think you have a reason to have them right now.
Kinda gives Harx a look.
I'll explain later. It's a very touchy subject if I were to speak of it now.
Alright.
Go ahead and continue. I've got to use the bathroom.
Oh, go ahead. Yes.
Okay.
Go.
So, do you think the Toymaker and Julius are related then?
I will include this in what I will discuss later.
Alright. Why are we discussing a whole lot of things later?
Because we're in a time period where we know a lot more than the people here. And if things are overheard, that could cause us huge problems in the future.
Right. Well, you know Julius's issues more than the rest of us, just that we know that there's memory overlap. What exactly should we be focusing on, do you think?
It's not what we should be looking for directly, it's what we should notice.
That does not help.
It does. As a matter of fact, it does help.
Maybe we should get somewhere quiet and discuss things because I don't like the half talk. I don't understand.
Well, you're going to get half talk until we get back.
Then I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to...
I don't know what to tell you while we're here with some creations of his.
Why did you... If you think... then why did you?
I wanted to see firsthand. They're safe. For the most part. He's safe. He's safe for now.
For now. Something...
He'll give you a sad look as he looks around the town.
Mm-hmm.
As I said, for now.
I wonder.
Because player might have figured out it might have been a mental break.
You know?
Fine. Hi!
Hello.
Player
Hey.
thinks it might be a mental break why he went cuckoo.
Who knows? For shits and giggles, Harx, roll me a quick little history.
That's a button.
While he rolls...
Oh!
that-
25!
Oh.
Mm.
Reyan, go ahead and say your
I'm gonna-
I'll
Right.
wait
Go
for
ahead.
information.
Yeah, I'm gonna message you.
Player was gonna ask a clarifying question because I had an idea or thought, but I'm not sure if it would work. The Gem of Seeing, the thing that lets me have true sight for a few minutes and everything like that.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if that... You know what, maybe I shouldn't ask, maybe I should just use it and find out, because I'm not sure what that would show me about the toy necessarily, or if it would show me anything about the toy, since it's just magic.
Do you want to try using it?
Yeah, just cause... Well, here's another clarifying question, because we were made aware that of the Lucky Doll at one point, weren't we?
Yes, I believe so.
Like, yeah.
Yes.
So that would have been... I'm trying to decide how much Reyan would have known about the toy maker, other than just he was creepy, had a weird obsession with dolls, and things like that. I don't know how much. Then again, if he's taken over an entire territory, I'm pretty sure they would have fully warned him at some point, like, hey, this guy is extremely dangerous for this reason. You see him, you run.
Okay.
So...
Sorry.
Yeah. He's gonna use the gem, I think.
So it doesn't seem out of the ordinary. Looks just like itself.
Yep, that was my thought on what memory was rewritten. Oh boy. Anyway, continue.
Well, it's normal, so there's that.
Oh, jeez.
And here's what I will tell you, right, Reyan. It is best that we not discuss it here, where Julius remembers who his father really is.
Oh. Why would...
Do not cause him more pain. That's why he would rewrite it. He's protecting him.
Are we sure?
I was shown his memories. And from the position of the shop compared to where he lives, he was looking at the shop when he asked his mother when his father was coming home. And now thinking about it, the way he spoke about the mother in there, I don't think they get along.
The parents?
Indeed.
Huh.
He's trying to be there for him while being away from him. No,
Are you
one
guys?
moment.
You guys still kind of like in this?
We would have
or
been
did
walking
you...
away.
Okay.
We'd have walked away like maybe a block away
Okay, so you wouldn't be
to get
close
away
enough
from
to
the
see anything
vicinity.
else.
That way, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to check because whether or not you guys would have noticed anything.
Well, I will say, Harx is probably going to stop while he was talking. You know, I need to go ask him something.
What?
Just wait here. I'll be back. Don't
Okay.
worry. And he will head off back towards the shop.
Okay.
He'll
Actually gonna be
enter.
not in there.
Enter and kind of lean in. Hello?
Sorry. You forget something.
I did. I meant to ask your name, because in case any of my colleagues come through, I can point them in the direction of this place. Tell them who to ask for.
Jason. Most
Pleasure,
people
Jason.
in town refer to me as the toy maker, as you can tell from the sign.
Well, pseudonyms are great. I prefer to deal with people on a more personal basis.
Fair enough.
Gives a connection. Thank you again, Jason. I'll be sure to hopefully send more people this way, should they come this direction.
Looking forward to it.
A good one.
He will go right back in here.
And from the direction he heads, Harx is like, he's keeping an eye on someone. And he'll meet back up with his people.
Mihi is hugging Bear while in deep thought.
Bear's very, very harmless and cuddly.
I'm okay with this.
Player, while player probably agrees that it's a very harmless bear, player does not appreciate the DM saying it's a completely harmless teddy bear.
Listen, this thing can outright murder me in my sleep, and I'm still happy with it for now.
I mean, there's a video game based on that.
It's not even if it had the possibility to do that, hugging you is like not even close to feeling a pinch. It's like a being laying on a pillow or something. Like it's not harming you in any way.
It will hold the knife later, young one.
Is that the
Naughty
Naughty
Bear
Bear soundtrack I hear?
That's what else in your thing. I was like, well, there's a video game based on that. But no, he just meets back up with him. Doesn't say anything.
Are they all right?
Indeed, indeed. I have something I can work on. I can work with when we get back.
Then, do you think we have enough?
I would like to do at least one more thing before we leave.
All right.
And he will try and locate a tavern.
Okay. Wouldn't be too hard. You probably passed it looking for this place. Let's see. What can I say is that building?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Yeah.
They'll find a dartboard item just to get
There's
the
the
DM
big
something
boy
to
here.
throw at the board.
Oh. Yeah, because it's not so much an inn, so this would probably be the tavern then.
Okay.
There's no, like, upstairs to it.
Gotcha.
There's no place to, like, stay for the night here.
Gotcha. Well, they're not planning on staying, so...
Yeah.
So yeah, he would begin heading in that direction. So... If the others don't follow him, that's fine.
Yeah,
She would have at least registered movement. Wee. Yeah,
Oh, Jesus.
I was gonna try to.
Did
shove
Reyan
it.
just
You're
fly
the-
across the city?
Yes.
I just.
Come on,
I'm
Reyan.
not gonna go through all the freaking streets. I refuse.
We're trying to remain inconspicuous here. Travel by
I-
street, young one.
You're no. That's player being no. I'm lazy.
Also, yes, Harx will continue to refer to both of them as young one
Fair.
or as a colleague. We'll enter.
Yeah, there's a few people in there. Barkeep behind the bar. Probably a server or two wandering.
Well, you know what? If anybody knows any fucking thing, it's the barkeep. He approaches the bar.
Okay. The human woman. Cleaning some glasses as you approach. How can I help you?
Well, we have a long trip ahead of us, and he pulls out his water skin, which is going to be I'm going to say is empty at the moment. We have a long trip ahead of us, and I was hoping pay to have water skins filled before we head off. If that would be all right.
Oh, hon, you don't have to pay for water. Just take it. Do they need them filled as well?
Do the two of you, do you have any left? Would you like it topped off?
I'm alright, thank you.
Mihi will just shake her head.
I believe that is going to be the only one.
Alright. Amanda, fill it up. And she'll throw it at one of the girls and tell her who goes to the back.
While I think about it, we were just in the toy shop across town.
Oh. Creepy
Is it
place, ain't it?
That one points to Reyan with his thumb.
That one found it creepy. Well, yes, the many eyes of the inanimate objects following you around and everything. Slightly unsettling. It wasn't too horrible. But,
About 90% of this town don't like that shop.
and why is that?
Ah, rumors mainly.
And what kind of rumors, if I may ask?
Oh, there's a few people who believe his little story of selling his soul to the devil. Others just believe he plays with a lot of darker magics.
Well,
Some say it's cursed.
the shop itself, or what he does?
Both. Well, he is cursed, is what they say.
Or can you tell me about his boy?
Other than his mother has made it very well known that his son is not to be anywhere near that place. She keeps him away. Poor thing. He's not a bad guy, though, once you get to know him. But
I got that sense. He's
the
willing to
wife's
do
a
anything.
little, yeah, wife left him for another man, you know the story.
Ah, that kind of situation. Understood.
Doesn't want anything to do with him anymore. Yeah, it's that type of relationship. Can't be easy still living so close, I'd imagine.
Imagine not, and from what I could tell, seeing the joy that some of his creations bring his son, I can't be easy knowing that
he wants only to be near his father.
And if he had a choice, he would be near that boy, but he respects her decision and stays away. Although some people say they catch him watching once in a while.
Of course, can't blame him for wanting to watch out for his child.
Yeah, that boy's a lot smarter than his mom likes to believe. He was pretty young when they split. And I don't think she's caught on that he knows. I'm very aware of who his father is. Or if she has, she just avoids it altogether.
Yeah. I got the feeling from how he referred to his mother, how he referred to the boy's mother, that they didn't get along, so glad I got that clarification that they really don't.
Oh no, they used to fight all the time. Usually she'd be screaming at him.
He does not strike me as one who would scream back.
No, he's actually quite passive. Although I don't know about you, but I'd hold a lot of resentment. I think he still loves her despite how she treats him.
And of course, he mother of his child.
Yeah, they were young when they fell in love and had their thing. Only lasted a couple years, though.
Well, mother of his child, and the separation wasn't exactly his choice,
Oh,
from what it sounds.
no. That's for sure. But he does avoid talking ill of her, which is why most of us believe that he still loves her.
I could see that.
I think the rumors got to her.
I think they caused her to panic, and
Or maybe she saw something she didn't like, who knows? I mean, if any of them are true, I can imagine she wouldn't want to stick around.
what is the biggest one?
I would say that his sanity isn't all there. Some people have caught him talking to himself quite a bit. Full conversation with something. Some people think it's just him talking to the toys, though.
Well, I wouldn't say that's completely bad. Sometimes speaking to oneself is either an indication of loss of sanity or one trying to maintain it. Give you at least something brief to hold on to.
Could be. There is a rumor that he brings back people who die. Puts them in those toys. I think it's the fact that they move at all that unsettles people, and that's where that rumor started. Especially with his whole thing of they choose their owners.
Well, I don't see how that statement is wrong. As he kind of looks back at the bear currently hugging Mihi.
She is content.
Don't get me wrong, they all seem lovely, and I imagine children would love them, and well, young people as well, what I'm looking at. Having something that will cuddle back and be your friend. I imagine you saw his son, and that's why you're asking.
I did. He was looking into the shop window when we were approaching.
His mother is off doing something then. He doesn't normally leave the house unless he's sneaking out.
I know. His father created a couple of things to go out and play with him. So,
Oh, those giant human-like dolls. Even that unsettles me.
well, I can see how that is. And I cannot blame anyone for being unsettled by that.
I think it's just the way they speak. You know, that inhuman.
The monotone
Mhm.
speech pattern. I can see that as well. I admire the fact he went out of his way to find a way just to give his boy peace.
Look what he gave his boy as friends.
Indeed. Having friends can give one peace.
Just don't tell the mom. She
Oh,
would have such a fit if that were ever found out. The town keeps pretty quiet.
Well, no worries of us saying anything. We are on our way out. Shortly after.
Oh, good. No one wants to hear another one of those blow-ups.
I can only assume those go also great.
Oh, believe me, word spreads fast and about half the town hears it.
Well, then the town doesn't need to know about travelers passing through asking questions. Curiosity to get the best of me, I will admit.
Oh, you're not the first to ever ask about him. He's a strange one, and he doesn't exactly fit in our little normal-ish town, I guess you could say.
He may not, but I can tell he at least means well. He is not out to harm anyone.
No. Well, the town has its, iffiness about him. He is fairly harmless.
Go ahead and insight her as we're talking. See if there's anything she's holding back. 17.
It doesn't seem like she's not being honest with you. She doesn't seem to find any threat as she says that.
Harx knows that usually the people like barkeeps and stuff, they're usually more open and honest because obviously they're, let's be honest, they're usually the town gossips.
Yeah.
They hear everything.
Oh,
People will complain to them while they're drunk, and just information.
if they're willing to give it, yes.
Yeah, they're wiser than most sages half the time.
I think one of these days we're gonna walk into a tavern and I'm just going to instinctively go, "Hello there."
Oh my
Hello there.
gosh.
But yes, as I said, most of the town does find him fairly harmless. He sticks to himself, and when people come by, they only ever say nice things about him other than the uneasiness of the shop.
Again, understandable. As I mentioned, this one here was, he left the shop while we were still inside. Caused him a bit of jumpiness.
You wouldn't be the first, but you're the first that I've seen not run away because he decided to play a little prank on you.
Harx will turn to Reyan. You're
Uh-huh.
welcome, by the way.
What?
He made mention of wanting to play one on you. I said the boy is jumpy enough, so please don't.
Oh, thanks.
How do you feel about spiders, by the way?
He's not.
Depends on the spider?
He's not an asshole, but he is a big child, is what he is.
What did Reyan say about the spider, by the way?
Depends on the spider?
Good. He said he had, I guess, a spider toy. He was going to play a prank on you with. So I said you were jumpy enough as it was.
Oh, you hope it was a toy. He might have actually been talking about a real spider.
I'm sure that would have been equally as fine. Besides, as you said, he's basically harmless. It wouldn't have been a dangerous spider. Right.
One would hope.
Perfect.
If he's willing to pick it up, it's probably not.
That's fair enough. Does the other one come back with the water?
Yeah, she would come and give that to you.
Appreciate it. I appreciate the words and thank you again for the water.
Anytime. I always love it when people come through.
Well, hopefully work brings me back up this way again. May send some of my colleagues up this way if their trips allow. Hopefully, we shall see. Thank you again. And
Anytime.
he will go to leave. He will head outside.
Nods to the tavern and keep before turning to walk outside with him.
Yeah.
Goes back to work.
Which I realize, with the looks of this group, I feel like I look like the hired bodyguard.
Probably.
And the militarized coat with a rapier hanging off their side.
They will exit the
Carrying a teddy
town.
bear, I am at the pinnacle of image to be feared.
Fair. Yeah, they'll exit the town.
One hell of a way to disarm a bodyguard. Give them an adorable teddy bear.
Yes. So, now I believe we have enough information.
You feel the same?
I mean, family situation certainly wasn't an easy one.
For either of them?
At least we know the connection.
Or not? Well,
I'm gonna hold the teddy bear out in front of her. Also, I'm sorry, but this is about to get really confusing.
Tilts its head.
Harx will look it down at the bag to the one with its head sticking out. Same goes for you. We have a bit of a distance to travel for you to get to know your new friend.
Kind of pokes its head out and looks up at you.
Does it sound fun?
Imagine a dog panting look.
Perfect. So what you're saying is there is nothing behind those eyes.
Nope.
Perfect.
Love it.
Just the thought process when dogs are panting, just staring at someone, you know the first thought in a person's brain, there is nothing there.
Yeah.
You just exist in that little furry head of yours, don't you?
You got basically a wooden lizard that moves.
It's a dog.
Yeah, it's not smart.
Perfect. You
Also,
will set.
I have ideas for this teddy in the future.
Oh no.
Science.
Nah.
Not full on science, but
Fair. He will set the device to 5 seconds after they left.
Okay.
he's just
notice
carrying
there's
the
a theme.
bear in a way to where like it's kind of sitting sideways, but can look forward or back if it chooses to.
And so. Timey-wimey soup.
Timey-wimey soup.
Yeah.
Why do I imagine Taro had just started walking away when we reappear?
Depends. Did you leave in there while you were there, or?
Oh, we would have left while he was there.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, he's probably like getting up to
Wow.
head out.
And then,
So a case of
Yeah.
oh, hello there. And I will say, let me go ahead and put back on that one. Move him here. And then I will put this box. Actually, yeah, I will put this box in the bag.
No, I don't want Puck. I want Harx. There.
No, you want Puck. Puck is the real villain.
Yeah. Oh. That was fast.
Well, we did a little shopping. We got some information. We hold up his water tank. We got some water. Ah.
Always essential, I guess.
Indeed, indeed. Oh, right. He kind of smacks his face a little bit. Anyways. He had to snap himself out of the accent. Also known as player had to get themselves out of it.
of course.
So,
Gotta go.
you should come with us. And he will begin heading to Ace's office.
He
What?
does this every time. This is normal. Just come on.
Okay.
Follows.
Okay. Yeah, I will. I don't know if Amos is in there, but Ace is in there.
Amos probably would not be. He would probably be, since the other sages were back,
Hanging out with Cyrano or something.
yeah, he's probably in there checking out as far as what other things could be there, because the collection of books might have changed.
I will say, this might be why Cyrano seemed confused when he saw
Yep.
Julius.
Yeah, that was the other thought I had.
if you think about it.
So yeah, they approach the door and Harx would knock and
Kind of looks up from that notebook.
so I hope your information, hope the information you're learning is great as what we just learned.
Yeah, getting there. It's minor for the most part, or at least stuff I've already learned.
He was scritching the bear.
The hell is that?
We did a little shopping on our excursion.
Is she moving the bear, or is it moving on its own?
It's moving.
Right, I don't want to know, do I?
Jason is a wonderful individual. At least he was.
Back up. About 10 steps. What?
Well, he will look over at Taro. It was suggested to us to go back to the time and the village, or town, when Julius was still himself. A lot of
Right.
information was learned, such as Jason, the toy maker, is Julius's father.
Oh dear lord, that man reproduced.
Indeed, and he was not crazy before the town was destroyed. Some of the memories that have been rewritten in his head include him being the father.
Interesting.
My only assumption is not to cause Julius pain by finding out what his father has become.
You know, it's funny, the puppeteer did the same thing with his kids. He didn't change their memories, but he definitely wanted to make himself out to be the enemy, so they'd never know.
What better way to remove yourself from their lives, so if you are defeated, killed, gotten rid of, nobody will miss you.
Weirdly enough, that might explain how the two of them became friends? I don't know if that's the right word, but they knew each other.
Well, apparently, the town there thought Jason was cursed, which I can see why. And
I mean, he does put souls into dolls.
he does, but he does it for a good reason. And barkeep in the tavern there thought as much as well by saying he was, for the most part, harmless. Obviously, the reason is, for the most part, is people are still understandably afraid of him, being what he does, and, he doesn't seem to be all there, which, no, he doesn't. But, you can chalk that up to being a rather lonely individual, being as the town was unsure of him. The mother of his child is keeping his child away from him, forbidding him from seeing him. And from what the barkeep said, doing everything she can to not let Julius know that he is his father. Although, Julius was smart enough to figure it out.
Kids know more than you think.
especially when there's striking similarities.
Now you've been avoiding him. I imagine you saw him at some point.
Oh, most certainly. Seemed he respected the mother's wishes. He did make himself scarce. But,
You're saying the dolls were not for their current creation, the way that
They were
he's
to get-
using them now.
he was creating them, and to be fair, we only saw 2 dolls which are similar to the ones he makes now, and they were both made as friends for Julius.
He does have 2 of them that stand by him and constantly fixes up.
Honestly, I would not doubt that being the case. Those being the ones he created for him.
He's gonna hold up the card for you to hold up yours.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll show you the 2 that he remembers.
Mm-hmm.
And they do look like broken down versions of those old ones you saw.
And he will show those. Along with younger Julius.
Well, it's like a black and white picture, so...
Yeah, but...
Oh, it's definitely the 2 that he has, though. Kept those all these years.
It's the one thing he can keep of his son that he can keep close.
I will say those 2 dolls would creep me the hell out. Not saying a lot. You speak quite highly of him. But I guess if they knew him even back then, it might make some sense.
I think he was a product of his home being destroyed.
Home being destroyed, or something the mother did finally made him go over the edge.
Well, his son did die.
And she came to him begging to bring him back. But then took him away again.
I wonder, did he have to forgo some of his sanity in order to bring him back?
Who knows?
Or, every time he made a doll of that type, so the 2 he made for Julius's friends, when he had to remake Julius.
Didn't you mention there were 2 others like Julius out there?
Well,
There's 3 of them total. You referring to these ones, or no? Because we got Mystic, right?
Mystic is one of them. I will admit I may have misspoken. Stop dying. I may have misspoken and been confused when I stated that the other changeling we encountered was one.
You think there's another one out there, then?
There is, I believe so. I can't help but think what if he himself is one?
I couldn't say. Didn't
He
know him
seemed-
well enough.
Well, how far back was Julius as far as before he
That was found out, wasn't it? I believe it was.
For what?
Like, before he died. Like, how far back was that before the village was destroyed? Or that town was destroyed and Julius died.
You never actually found out if he died before that or if he died after. You believe he died during that event.
Gotcha. About how we found out, Harx found out about how far back that was, I believe.
Yes,
That event in general.
Julius is the one who told you that he had lost his soul during that event, but you're not. Now knowing that his memories have been changed, you can't be sure if that's even the truth.
True.
That the mom had requested it. But by the way, from the little bit of memory you saw of the mom, that may not have been the case. Because she didn't seem to want anything to do with him. With that man.
The reason I think he himself might be one. He seemed human when we were there. That event was a long time ago.
Yeah, he still does seem human is the thing. Minus the, well. Got some sharper teeth and, claws now.
Well, at the same time, before you found out he was a doll, Julius seemed human, didn't he?
It's true.
I think he became what he is as a result of something happened to make him that way. And he may have altered himself and put his own soul, or found a way to do so, in order to keep himself alive. And he starts to trail off as he says this, since he brought back Julius.
Makes you wonder if he knows where that kid's soul is, then. I mean, if he rewrote the memories, would he want his own son's soul in that body?
He might be just keeping it close.
It really wouldn't surprise me, actually. He can house them in dolls. Probably has other ways to house them.
Well, this brings us to another thing. I know his name. And we could attempt to try and reach out to him.
You think that's wise?
At this point in time, no.
He might be the only person who knows where the puppeteer actually is. Because as much as he was kind of an asshole, I think they did have some type of friendship once.
I'd like to think that there's some things he holds close to himself that could pull the real him out.
Would be dangerous trying to go down that road, though.
Which is why I'm not prepared to do that as of this moment. But I have a feeling I know where to look when we do go try and find him. We go and try and find where that shop would have been located.
Isn't that a little dangerous?
I said when we go to do it. We're not doing it yet.
Huh. That seems...
I can tell you Julius didn't wander far from the town that he was in. Or at least we picked him up in a town.
Was there anything still standing?
It was like looking at a ghostly version of it. Like
Let
you
me rephrase.
couldn't interact with it, but you could walk through it.
Let me rephrase. Did any of them look more solid than the others?
I'll be honest, I didn't pay any attention if there were.
Because when it was mentioned they thought he was cursed, I asked him or the building. The lady said both.
Oh, a way to find out would be to go back there and look for it.
Which I would prefer to wait a bit before that. At least get our bearings, get more prepared than we would be just rushing in. Although, with a chaotic mind such as his currently, rushing in honestly wouldn't be the worst idea.
And if it's your theory's right, that he does still care, taking Julius with you, he may not do anything.
He'll turn to Reyan.
Uh-oh.
There's a reason I went back and asked him a question. I was asking his name, so I could address him as a person and not what he's become.
Makes sense.
I even told him, because he told me people refer to him as Toymaker, and I told him names bring more of a connection. Makes you refer to them more on a personal level, as equals. Well,
As I said, some of his dolls still wander around there. If you
He
go
seems to
there,
have
you'll
this.
know.
Sorry.
What's up?
He seems to have this curious look to her.
Celestial. Something on your mind?
When he spoke of selling his soul to a devil? What is the meaning behind that?
I'd believe
Well.
more that Jason is the devil, honestly.
selling one soul to the devil means you trade what makes you you in order to gain power or, well, essentially that, gain power. But the fact he showed he cared and he was doing what he was doing for good reasons. Either because he said this was something he used to startle children. He could either be fully joking and messing with people, or he could have, and honestly, it'd more than likely just be a partial thing.
So
He
this,
showed himself to care too much.
so this devil is metaphorical.
Well, surprisingly, no. You can make connections with things at the cost of a part of yourself or all of yourself. Usually deities, sometimes demons, devils. Devils. Indeed. Well,
Looking at you like you were listing off fairy tale creatures.
various what?
She is looking at you like you guys are listing up various fairy tale creatures.
Do you know what fiends are? I say this knowing you were one of the first ones to walk this place. You know what? I have a better idea for you. They're not. These are real creatures, and to prove it to you, I would suggest you go speak with. God damn it, player brain is gone on name. Cat
You
boy.
are aware that Jack has one of those kind of contracts where there's something that like guards him.
True. Well, an example, and then hold on. But I need to hold on. I need to look at something. Give me a moment. What's Catboy's name?
Elijah.
Elijah. Thank you. Player brain is going name. I have names. I have names written down. Which name was his?
Yeah,
But
there
no,
is a
yeah.
difference from like selling your soul and making a contract.
Yeah.
Yes. There's differences between the two. Contracts and selling are two different things. I would suggest going and speaking with Elijah, getting him to collect some reading material for you, so you can learn of these things. Because, well, seeing as our journey is currently going, we'll more than likely encounter quite a few of these beings, possibly.
Well, sometimes you don't even have to give them much of anything. Sometimes they just want you to do something
It's also true.
in exchange. It just depends on the deal they want to make.
It just so happens sometimes some beings find souls more worthy than deals.
Like I said, I more believe that Jason is the devil. Over him answering to anyone.
Which is a very high possibility.
Also, I'm assuming an hour's passed since we went back into the past and came back.
Yes.
Okay, so she is normal, flat person now.
Yeah.
Yes, the downside to me not limiting the concentration is you have to kind of wait till the first hour, the hour is up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's good because it kind of timed out her comprehend languages too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you go.
I mean, you can still understand Ace. Doesn't fucking matter with him.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I made it. That's why I made it clear that Harx was speaking Celestial anyway.
Fair enough.
There's still a long road yet for us, but I would like to think that we might be able to come to a resolution for at least this matter without bloodshed or dull shed. I don't look. If he ends up being a doll, I don't know what to refer to it as.
That's
I
something you
don't.
ask.
I wouldn't knock out the theory there might be a third one out there. Even if it is him, there could still be the possibility of another. The hardest part will be determining who it is. Anyone
That'll
who'd
be
like to
interesting.
roll me an intelligence check, you are welcome.
Fuck it, let's do
boy.
it.
Oh
I
my
got
God.
a +3 to that.
No, pumpkin, no. No.
Oh, not bad.
Yes,
actually.
Pumpkin.
Ow, ow,
But I
claw.
wanted to roll low so an excuse to just continue nonchalantly petting the bear.
Hmm?
Well, you could forgo the roll. You don't have to think about it.
But it's such a high roll, I'd be ashamed to waste it.
Yeah.
21.
Hmm.
21.
Okay.
21.
Yeah, you all roll decently high enough. You've all met Mystic.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the past version now, and I mentioned this to you before, Harx,
Mm-hmm.
Mystic shows a lot of similarities to him. The red hair, the green eyes. She still looks different, but there's still similarities. He had mentioned in the past that he was thinking about making siblings.
Harx will just stand there, and another smirk will come across his face. He did it.
Hmm.
He had mentioned, he had made those two dolls to be friends of Julius. And he had mentioned making him some siblings. He did. Mystic is one of them. The other is still probably with him.
With him or
Or-
wandering the world, like she
Exactly.
was. She somehow found her way to Julius.
Well, here's what I would suggest. Keep an eye out for an individual that, well, fuck it, he's going to do it. He's going to use his ability and transform into younger Julius.
Hmm.
And then back to himself. Keep an eye out for someone who looks similar to them.
You know, when I asked him how they came across each other, Mystic couldn't explain how she got to that plane. You think it's possible he made them later?
It's very possible. He said it was very difficult to make the two he made when he had just made Julius some friends.
The lucky one didn't appear for a little while.
So I'm going to assume it is a longer process. He could have been in the process of making them when things happened. Which is very
Well,
possible.
in that one, Mystic, she has a soul.
Mhm.
Very kind soul at that, from what I can tell. He might still be looking for somebody to host the other one.
Very possible.
And that's why
Maybe
it hasn't shown up yet.
it's possible. I mean, especially if he's trying to. Yes, he changed his son's memories, but maybe it's only temporary.
I don't think they are.
Well, think about it. If he's trying to give Julius a family or recreate his own,
Giving him a family wouldn't need for his memories to be rewritten back to what they were, at least. He just doesn't want him to feel alone. That's been what he was trying to do back then, and I'm fairly certain that was his intentions with making him siblings. He had every intention of letting them be his family and continuing to keep his distance.
are we sure?
Well, he had a way to monitor him. Remember, we did turn that part off.
That might upset him. If you think about it, if you've been monitoring your child from afar and all of a sudden they went dark,
That the other child has been around.
sorry, say that again, Drag?
That the other child has been around?
We had no idea that she was like him. And we didn't turn hers off. If she has one. I imagine she does.
Well, what I will say, leave hers be.
Now, if he does have a way to track her, he's very well aware where we are.
Yet he still hasn't come here, has he?
Not yet. He hasn't had a reason to.
Exactly. We're not going to give him a reason to. As I stated, he... Look,
She can view your memories by touch. She's been able to monitor him without even realizing him. And if he can access that information somehow, he may not find any of you a threat.
as I said, he's still acting as a father. A father who, while, and he will swallow a little bit, as he was, according to this barkeep, tossed aside for another, yet he still respected the mother's wishes to not come around. her thought was that he still loved her.
But she is gone now. Unless he's made a version of her.
Just because you love someone, does that mean when they're gone, your love disappears?
No, but still.
So wouldn't anything you made your word for, based on the love you held for one, wouldn't that stay as well?
I don't know.
You guys want to hear a little story?
Story?
Cool.
When somebody you love pushes hard enough, sometimes you snap. And you I killed the hunter's mother. Instead of ever telling him, I put him somewhere where he'd be safe. If she pushed hard enough, that could have made him snap.
Very dark look comes over Harx. And what if him snapping was what destroyed the town? Everyone says they don't know what actually happened to it.
It's possible. Small place like that. Could have just been trying to defend himself. Or if he felt his son was in danger in any way. My situation was a bit more isolated, so
I hate to put this into the air. Look, from the memories I was shown from Mystic, his mother was a heavy drinker. We don't know fully when he died. He could have died when the town was destroyed. He could have died before it.
if he killed the mother, then the town turned against him for it.
I was more thinking, what if she killed Julius?
Hmm.
Which then would lead into yours. He killed her. The town was already on edge about him, and thought he had killed both.
I'd say that'd send anyone over the edge.
Indeed.
These are all just theories, though, but it's not a bad theory.
Another theory I have, or a question at least. Do you think Cyrano knows? That he's not truly the
Depending.
boy's father?
Oh, I'm sure if he's the man that came in later. He probably thought of Julius as his son, but also, judging by the way he acts, I can tell there's not much of a relationship there either.
I'll also say that's the memory that was rewritten.
Julius
Or at least
thinks
one of
there's
them.
a relationship there.
Jason replaced himself with Sarah now in his memories. He thinks Cyrano is his father because his real father wanted to protect him.
We'll say you will have to kind of rework your theory a little bit because you did see the mom with Julius in the ethereal.
Yeah.
And he looked different at that time.
Yeah.
Or did I ever specify that? I think I did.
You did. Yes. Yes.
Because at some point later, there was a change that made him older.
Yes, because her turning around and yelling at him, "You are not my son."
Mm-hmm. But it makes you wonder, what was the change that ended up making him an older version?
Yeah. We will have to, again, find other answers without going back again, because I don't wish to go back there yet again.
Question. It's gonna look at you. You guys told me your wishes when the puppeteer changed things, right?
Indeed.
Wasn't Julius's that he wanted his father back in his life? I mean, I get that he believes, Sarah knows his father, but you don't think that would have changed his real father's role in his life, do you?
Being as who it was who changed it, and you said they had a connection.
He might be aware of it, but might still be keeping his distance.
We could always ask those that can see the fate lines. See what got changed.
No, they wouldn't know. It would look no different to them.
What was changed would look like what it was always there.
Mm-hmm.
It would just be overlaid on what was already existing.
Different path chosen, essentially.
I will say. I believe him asking for his father back in his life probably changed some things, but at the same time, I don't know what it would have changed with the toy maker. As I'm sure he and the puppeteer shared the pain of not being able to be near their children.
He's gonna look at the teddy bear and the wooden lizard.
Whose head is probably just poking out the bag.
Mm-hmm. Or it was delayed. Wouldn't that technically be pieces of him coming back around?
True.
Even if it wasn't intended. The puppeteer sees multiple paths to what you might do.
Just chooses when to enact it.
Mm-hmm. Get the feeling those might be one way that he's being a part of Julius's life without being here. More of his creation showing up.
Oh, right. Being in his shop worried this one. Nudges over in Reyan's direction.
Can you blame me?
Oh, come on. At least, I mean, did you talk to the dolls? The dolls are what unsettles me.
There
The
was a
moving
kick
thing.
waved.
They ran
no,
off with Julius.
No. I'm talking about the ones that talk.
No, I avoided those.
You heard them talk, though. And saw them run off and play.
They seemed normal, but I don't know, they just unsettled.
Because they still talk like that. They're still... I think they do have souls, but I'm not 100% sure. They might have just been dolls that he animated.
Well, if they are his first creations, I don't know if he put souls within them right away. Which would explain why they remain loyal to him and stay near him. His magic is what brought them to life, so they would remain loyal to him. I think when we met him, his powers and magic were still growing, and he was still learning.
And judging by those, he knew what he was doing by that point. It only
Yes and
takes a
no.
small spark to get something to animate.
Well, yes and no. He said it was hard and it took a long time to create those two. I don't think he was quite to the point he would soon get to.
That was all still pretty new technology, even for back then, for anyone outside of certain groups. I mean, necromancy can reanimate just about anything, but dolls... You had to get a power source from somewhere.
What if he wasn't selling his soul to a devil, but like you said, he's the devil? What if he put pieces of himself?
Ryan, I need you to get out of my head right now. He is staring at the teddy with that curious look.
Well, those were the two you said interacted with his son. Which means it is very possible he could have put pieces of himself in those two specifically.
Which would explain his loss of sanity. Every little chip.
Everything he ever gave Julius.
He was literally giving him himself. He'll turn to Taro.
Hmm?
Well, it seems you may need to get started on something there.
Oh dear, what do I need to do?
Find a way to recover bits of a person's soul.
I mean, I know how to do that, but question is that a good idea? Hear me out.
Well,
Hear me out. If you take the pieces that are making those two dolls working, if they're still around him to this day, is that a good idea to take that piece out?
I believe you misunderstand. Not those two. If, in fact, he'll look at the two that they have with him. If, in fact, that's what he was doing, the entire time he created one of these things, was splitting himself and taking little sparks of himself, then I don't believe.
What if they still don't have souls? Those two. What
That's
if
what I
that's how
said.
Julius is working? Currently.
It's very possible.
The memories still live on in their own way, right?
They
They're
do,
there
and I just
overlapped.
realized something. The apple really doesn't fall far from the tree, does it?
Julius pulls souls and puts it in his little friend.
It does.
And those souls, in Julius's case, seem to be loyal to him. I wonder if that's the case for many of these other things.
I don't think so.
That could
They
have
do.
been once. It was a way to bring someone back without going through a resurrection.
Resurrections are expensive. Not everyone can afford it. If he offered to bring someone back for just
To do it.
I don't know a person that wouldn't.
Ace will kind of chime in. And he tended to make them look at least similar to what they were once.
You give at least some form of comfort.
And I think the children idea. So at some point, Julius's age was changed. We've established this, right?
Indeed.
Originally, though, he was making children. Julius was what? 13, 14?
From what I could tell.
Yeah.
Typically female. He was making Julius friends, companions. Even to this day.
Indeed. Everything he's done, he's been doing to give Julius friends.
Which means there might be some older versions now.
He was never doing these things intentionally to hurt anyone.
Maybe not now.
Well, if his sanity was gone, he may not have thought about what the person felt like. He might have just been thinking selfishly to give his son a friend.
So I was saying, he was never intentionally doing what he's doing. All he was thinking about was giving his son a friend.
While that is sweet, it's still playing with souls.
Well,
Maybe that's not how he sees it.
let me phrase it this way for you. You wish to try and revive someone. Even though you do the ritual, it fails. You know, either you weren't able to convince the soul to come back, or more often than not, it was being held back.
You also have
Being-
to remember that there are people who believe that once somebody dies, you know, they're gone. It doesn't matter. They don't exactly have much of a right anymore.
And there's a lot to believe. Once a person is dead, they should remain dead.
Mhm. And some
Well,
could
he's-
very well be grateful that they're just alive again.
Indeed. What he is doing is not playing with souls. He is reaching out and giving life to those that were snuffed out early.
In Lucky's circumstance, that was a bit different of a situation.
That was a situation in which there were other things at play.
He didn't want
From what I've
his,
heard.
Look, Jason is not the most sane person, so hear me out on this one. He didn't want the puppeteer to find out how Lucky could fix things. And if the puppeteer was his friend, how do you know he just wasn't thinking of it as, I don't want to lose my friend?
All these years he was making friends for his son. He only had one friend and he didn't want to lose it.
But he manipulated the situation to make sure that the puppeteer never left.
Which, yes, to us may seem selfish, but to a mind as gone as his,
A mind that's lonely.
only not thinking straight, hasn't been thinking straight for
Met somebody
however long.
Met someone in a similar situation of losing their family that was being forced away from them.
And which is how they were both easily swayed.
Exactly. Again, he's not intentionally evil. I don't even believe he's evil. I just think his mind is gone from pain.
He's a man that doesn't choose sides for a reason. And as long as you don't take away the things that he sees as a goal, he has no quarrel with you. He didn't necessarily like me, but he didn't rip my soul away and put it in a doll.
He didn't try and kill you.
Yeah, he just made me a real life version one. Mentally. But I also knew a lot. I could help him with things that he needed answers for that I didn't want to help him with.
And you knew information that could stop him from what he was doing.
Potentially, or at least knew how to locate him if necessary at the time.
And he saw that as a possible threat. So he didn't kill you, but he did tuck you away, essentially.
Took me away and didn't like that I was mentioning him out as a bad guy.
Yes, he's not one.
He doesn't think he's one, I'm pretty sure.
I don't think he is either.
And
Just someone who got
don't
the raw end of a deal. You were saying, Reyan?
just bringing back up that he's not intentionally bad, just manipulated. That doesn't mean his actions aren't bad.
Well, I almost want to say less manipulated, more just thinking what he is thinking because of how much he has suffered. There's no mental stability.
People reject you long enough, you reject the world.
He's just going after what he has seen. And what he has seen is a world that caused him to suffer,
World,
suffers itself, and rejected him.
a world that didn't get along. Many of the leaders often fought.
So why choose sides? Just seclude yourself.
He thinks he was making the world a better place. Well, in a weird way, maybe it was.
I mean, all the dolls he would have created would have answered to him and wouldn't have fought each other.
One big happy family.
He seems in deep thought again.
I need to...
If this... Looking at the perspective of him siding with the dragon, for example, what if he saw the situation as these leaders didn't know how to protect their people, didn't always care for people, or ran things certain ways that he saw unfit? In a sense. Rebellions happened, the war happened. He saw how quickly people could turn against each other on a dime. If he believed that the dragon was going to erase all that and create something new, I could see why he would side with him, even if it wasn't the best circumstance of how it was done.
Unfortunately, I can see it too.
And what's happening now? People who didn't always get along banded together here. In a weird, strange way, it worked. Even if there is something destroying the world and putting people into a feared state, they're no longer fighting each other. Because now there's a common enemy.
Mihi, you have that look on your face again. You have a thought?
Okay. There's just so many reasons he could be doing what's been done, but just how many things are left to us to do anything about it? Like, what do we do in this situation?
At the moment, nothing. But I have a strong feeling that what he can do one way, he can do the reverse of.
If he sees that the dragon is the problem, he may turn around and fight it.
Exactly. That, and if we can get through to him, any souls he has taken unnecessarily, he may put back.
How are you going to convince him that the dragon is his enemy? Right now, I
Well,
imagine he's seeing the dragon as somebody who stopped all the fighting in the war.
He thinks
Well.
he's alone. Maybe we could show him otherwise.
The dragon is still hunting us. Not as actively as before, but he wouldn't hesitate to wipe us out if he thought he could.
Well, Julia's here. He has no reason to tell the dragon that.
At the same time, I feel it's a little bit more simple than that. He was doing what he was doing to stop the fighting. Because he just wanted everyone to get along.
Not hate each other anymore.
Exactly. The dragon clearly shows hate, and one of his means of doing so was to, back of a lot of terms, cut down anyone who did not side with him. And then devour their souls.
How he gets his power.
But I feel that we show, if he is secluded away, which, let's be honest, he more than likely is. He may not have seen all the death and destruction that was brought down on everyone.
I don't. We've already discussed he doesn't pick sides. He has seen it. That
I don't think he
destruction brought
has.
to. Think of it like this. If you want something new to grow, you have to burn the old thing. Sometimes.
But
I will say this. Thinking back, I don't recall him killing people unnecessarily. Does that make sense?
I mean, the toy maker, I mean, Jason.
He did dispose of one woman when everyone came to get me.
He felt threatened.
She lost and tried to run. Something about that didn't sit with him.
Whereas the dragon kills unnecessarily. Kills just because it believes it can.
Not because it believes it can, but because he needs power.
Oh no, it has the power.
It has
It had the
power.
It had the power.
And
It just kept
now
going.
it only goes against the people that are rebelling against it like us. Anyone that willingly follows this dragon.
Survives.
Exactly.
It is doing the opposite of creating peace, which, if you think on it, it's all the Toymaker was trying to do. The dragon does nothing but create fear and pain. Complete opposite. If Jason truly knew what the dragon was doing, all the death and destruction that it lay in its path,
Well, if he's been hiding in the ethereal, it
he
is
doesn't know.
a barren wasteland as it is. There's no people that lived there. There's no cities.
No way for
outside of-
information to travel.
I mean, from what it sounds like, anyone that did live there no longer lives there.
Exactly.
It's a perfect place to be in isolation, and the things that do exist there, the spirits that walk.
They can't leave.
They could never leave. And that could
So-
be how he accesses a lot of souls, now that I'm thinking about it.
Which, then yes, he wouldn't know. Again, there's no way for information to travel. There's no way that comes in and out.
Ace is just thinking now.
We just need to show him.
We have to convince him to leave the ethereal.
We don't have to convince him to leave. I can show him.
Place where people
Eventually.
can't leave.
Actually, do I have this? I don't have that spell.
You
I
put
do have this spell. I do have that spell. Sorry.
you put souls into these dolls and suddenly they can leave. I don't think any of these souls are forced that he keeps around.
They want to stay.
They're able to freely walk as long as they listen to him. In the ethereal, you're trapped if you die there. Same if you were trapped in limbo. He had access to 2 planes that let him give people a second chance. That can't just be revived because they're lost souls. I never really thought about how he had access to all the souls, and now it makes more sense. And he doesn't make hundreds of these things. He only keeps a couple of them.
He's very deliberate.
He picks and chooses the people he thinks deserve it.
Harx will just simply snap his fingers, and the room around them becomes the destruction and rubble of Celestia.
I think it's something that he does need to see, not just.
If we show
Pure
him, he'll go
magic.
find out. If we show him, he'll want to find out for himself.
You really think that'll work?
I don't think he'll trust us.
And we just tell him, if you don't believe us, go look for yourself.
I don't think he'll trust that. I think he'll think it's a trap.
Will he think it's a trap if we bring Julius?
I would.
You're always paranoid.
He's not wrong.
The crazy
If-
ones are always paranoid, so think about the mind of a crazy person.
We have to
I
convince
lived with one.
Yes.
Yes, right. Oh, her internet is eating her.
sorry, hi.
Hello.
Your internet was just eating you.
Yeah, it did.
Nah, nah, nah.
Yeah. We have to convince him to leave. He will not trust us showing up and telling him, go see for yourself. He will not even trust Julius at this point.
Well, plan B. You asked if it's a smart decision to reach out to him. Or if we go to one of these cities that's destroyed, reach out to him saying Julius is hurt. Or that Julius needs him.
Ace is gonna lean back in his chair. Just kind of thinking. You know, I'm starting to realize those dolls always asked us if we wanted to play, and I kind of hate that now that I know why. They were made to play with a kid. Now I almost feel bad for him. You know,
That's fine.
Once we punch those things in the face.
You know what you know what I can do to make this even worse, Fox?
Uh,
So that stays up for 10 minutes while I concentrate on it.
Hmm.
He will shift it to what Harx saw as they ran by with Julius. And what they would have seen as far as when they were down there playing.
That's what they were programmed to do.
Even if we don't get him, if one of the dolls, if one of the ones that he would send for his son shows up there and can report back.
When you all encountered them, were any of these cities leveled like they are now?
I'll be honest, no, but from my understanding, Jason only came to a few locations. He came here. So believe it or not, he already knows where we are, and has known since day one. The Ethereal and Limbo are the only places I ever saw that man. I don't think he's ever left a certain comfort space.
He's
Here
never
it's
left.
secluded, just like those places.
And it's unchanged.
Exactly. But he may not even know what the world looked like outside of that place.
Exactly.
He may not have known what it looked like before either. Or at least outside of what he remembers of his little town. He already saw a destruction once. Probably just never left if he could avoid it.
Harx just gets lost in thought, just continuing to watch this illusion of the two dolls and Julius playing.
Mm-hmm.
He's just watching them.
Consensus is he has to see it. He has to be out there himself, and we have to convince him to go.
Has to see how it looked like before, how people were like before. Not all these places were terrible to live.
We can show him, can't we?
I have a strange idea of something that could probably snap into some reality about that dragon. Harx. You're not gonna like it.
I thought as much.
He has a soft spot for his son. How do you think he would feel if he saw the village before and after? When the dragon attacked you guys? Innocent children. Told you you weren't gonna like it.
He's not odds or evens. Fox.
Evens.
Right. Odds he won't, evens he will. And that's evens. The illusion shifts to kids walking up and down the streets and villages in that village. And Harx goes silent.
It was a very peaceful town that had to deal with its own issues, but he doesn't need to know that part. All he needs to see is the happiness destroyed. If you can get him to that place, that might change the situation.
Other than illusion, how do we show him what it truly was before?
Well, you could try... Yeah. You could try to go there. Mystic. Her visions don't lie. She showed me some of my own, and trust me, they are accurate. Went and saw her the other day, which was not fun.
You know what? I'm gonna hate to suggest this as a player. When do you think we should do it?
If you feel you can convince him to leave the place, go to the village, see how it looks now, and then have Mystic show him how it was and what happened. I wouldn't take her to the ethereal personally.
No,
We should not go to the ethereal.
eventually we will.
You're gonna have to if you want to talk to him.
Well,
Unless I can reach out to him.
might be able to.
We just go to the village, contact him.
I have sending. It's limited, but... And it's not 100% guarantee it'll work. It's the ethereal plane after all, but...
Well, the question is, you tell him Julius is hurt, and
No.
either he shows up or something shows up to see, and you're lying, that might not sit well.
No,
No,
and I'm
no.
not a great liar anyways, so...
So how are you
Just-
going to convince him to come?
We just go to the village, and you tell him Julius and his friends want to show you something.
Not want, need.
Player was actually about to correct that, but yeah. I sat here, I was like, fuck, I should have said need, and then you said want, not need, not want. I was say that.
It's true. We just
Yes.
tell him the truth.
And what if he doesn't show?
He will.
If he doesn't, maybe he'll send someone to check out what exactly is going on.
Are you guys willing to stay in the village till something shows up? He's more looking at you, Harx.
Can force myself to.
You don't have to force yourself to do anything.
Yes, I do. To get through pain, you must face it. If you don't, it will continue to eat at you.
You know, if you send someone like to check it out, right? You guys did change how you looked. If he sees familiar faces, it might interest him more.
And we can do that.
It's easy enough.
And we'll have to not just be on the lookout for him, but we'll have to be careful of being out there.
Yeah, your little friend's camping out not too far away.
That's fine.
That may not be fine depending on how long we stay, and depending on how much leeway her father is giving.
My concern would be the father showing up.
Yeah,
Trying to tell his
Exactly.
daughter to go back home or something.
there are people that will show up there if they notice something weird.
Hmm.
We have to be careful.
I'd say hold up in the house.
The main
But
building.
the downside to that is if they don't see anyone there, they might not stay.
Lookouts. These are
As
our
I said,
plans.
to get through pain, one must face it.
Tell them that
Right.
you'll be staying in the building. At the
That
very
too.
least, they'll check it then.
I can walk the perimeter. You can tell him that, but I can also walk the perimeter.
We'll need to keep watch anyways. We'll all take turns. Just because you have to face pain, number one, doesn't mean you have to do it alone. And second, isn't always healthy. Reopening a wound doesn't always heal it. Sometimes it makes it worse.
Do you guys want me to send my friend with you? He can keep an eye on the place.
Which one?
The one with the mask. Pharaoh speaking.
Yeah, that's why he. Which one? Because it was either the laser eye fucking little small flying thing.
It's an all three if you want.
Oh god, no, please.
No.
You know, honestly, I wouldn't mind it.
It would at least look like a humanoid walking around, and if he gets attacked, well, I can repair him. Worst case scenario.
Enough. What are your thoughts, Mihi?
And he doesn't have to sleep, so you guys can actually rest.
What are your
Still
thoughts?
she's
I'll
kind
tell
of in deep thought, just like looking at the bear.
Look, Bart,
Happy bear.
are you gonna get that thing a hat?
Bear kind of puts its paws on its head.
I think it wants a hat.
I'm thinking I never asked for his name. Looking, just nodding toward the bear.
It just kind of tilts its head. Can't really answer you.
Well, I guess that's a question we can ask Jason when we see him. Seeing a familiar toy that he gave to someone, or that chose someone, might also help.
Just still looking at the bear.
So, question for all of you real quick.
Mm-hmm.
What do you plan to do about the situation if you convince him to, like, turn on the dragon and everything like that? With the Julius thing? Do you think
What
he
about?
would... Do you think Julius would want to know what you guys are talking about? Or the memory issue? You know, things like that.
Kind of looks at Harx. Do you want to handle that?
Might be best not to mention it just yet, but I'm sure he's gonna question some things. Especially if you're convincing that Julius wants to show him this. Which means he's gonna have to know what's going on to an extent. He's probably gonna wonder why.
We'll explain everything to him afterward. And I will tell him as much, but he has to trust me that I will. Because I will.
If the toy maker's been keeping his distance, I don't foresee him fully showing up. Not with Julius around, at least. I imagine if he does, it'll be while you guys are separated in some way. So if Harx is doing the whole walking the perimeter thing, he might show up to Harx.
Which I may go back to the form I used when I spoke with him.
We'll
And
keep
then
the
reveal
loose
my true form.
guises.
What was that?
We'll keep the guises up as long as we're there.
Well, again, if he's keeping tabs through Mystic, he already knows what we all look like.
Depends on how nosy he's been. If he feels he can trust people, or he feels that Julius is not in danger.
Well, with how often Julius has gone off with us and just kind of vanished from Mystic's periphery, he's probably intrigued.
Sort of. At most, if you think about it, he only disappears for a few seconds at a time.
You know, how much actually changes in the ethereal?
That's a good question. I don't know. It's a
It's a place where time has stopped.
It's a
Basically.
landlocked plane, much like Limbo, where time is very slowed. It might not change much at all. The knowledge could, though. His knowledge.
Could. Honestly, still wouldn't change. Since we haven't changed anything that far back.
You haven't changed anything that would affect those two places directly.
Exactly. Well,
Nothing that would have affected him directly.
yeah. So everything would just be as is, or as was, for him.
Mm-hmm. Anything the dragon did would be changed, because obviously we do have more people living here. Less places were attacked or managed to avoid it and got away. But for him, I don't think it would have changed much. Are you all prepared to do this?
Are we ever?
If he
Also,
turns on you or anything bad happens, I ask that you please find a way out of there.
we will.
It was one thing my mother ever asked me was, that man ever showed up to not engage.
You do have a way out if you can manage to stall long enough. Jump around.
If he shows himself to one of us, which I'm be walking around, so he'll hand the device to Reyan.
Also, not necessary for me to rest, so. I'll look for.
Whoever's holding on to it will be the one responsible setting it up. Making sure everybody gets out.
I'm outside. I'm not going to have time to set it up
Not without him noticing, at least.
Somebody who is inside the building can have it set up and prepared. Or at least be ready to set it up and be prepared.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going to be outside, I can't hold on to it.
You assume we're not all taking turns.
I understand you say that. I trust that you are more able to get us out.
He'll
I can-
take it reluctantly.
Well, before that's going, like,
Hmm.
if it helps, it's given how I don't need to rest, I could always hold on to it, but I would have one request.
Say
Have at
that
least
last
one.
part again. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
I could be prepared to set it up, but I would have one request if I do. That I can never watch to myself to, in case. So I also might have an idea.
You know, I have another odd theory.
Hmm.
Reyan, did you ever do you ever think that maybe his weird attraction to your mother was him trying to find a mother for Julius that was kind and caring?
I honestly don't know. By the way my mother spoke of her past, she was not fond of how she behaved, so I have no idea.
She was a beautiful woman that cared for people.
Player thinks they see where this is going, and that was not the original intention, but I like it.
He might have felt that she would have made a good mom.
She did.
He's good at reading people. I do know that about him. And I don't know about you, but you guys do have a pretty little angel right there.
I'm unsure if I understand that term.
I'm not gonna explain it. Pretty lady with
Fizz.
pretty wings.
I'm going to regret saying this. Ask Elijah later.
Technically, she's already asked that question.
That's why she's even more confused.
But, I see where you're going with it. Maybe.
That might be something to draw him out if he for some reason thinks she'd make a good mom. Although I'm not sure if Mihi would make a good mom. No offense. At the moment, you're still in that little bit of a phase of confusion and things, so you might not fit the profile, I guess, he was looking for.
Technically. Depends on what he knows about what's going on in the Well, if he doesn't know my mom is... We might be able to use that.
Well, the question is, all the people that are around, do you think anyone else might fit that similar profile?
I am going to regret saying this because I don't want to deal with her either.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, Rin?
Oh, if she
Rin
wants
is
to kill her.
Rin would probably cause more trouble.
Uh-huh.
Here's the thing: if Rin wanted to kill us for creating more havoc for her before, she just wanted to kill us for bringing her face to face with this person.
But, and hear me out, she is a mother. She is fiercely protective of anyone she considers in her care.
Here's another reminder for you. The four of us, you, myself, Mihi, and Julius, and Julius's creature he has with him, we can only bring one extra person.
Mihi will hold up a hand. I have a question for all of you.
Indeed.
Based on what you know of him so far, what would your first thought be when you see him? Or anyone else you would think to put in this position?
Like, what do you mean? For DM's sake here.
Basically, the impression they have of the guy, based on what they know.
It's a father who's in pain, suffering.
But that's based on what we know now.
Seeing him now, he makes people uncomfortable. Very quickly.
Even before we learned what we did, I was already under the impression that something happened to make him this way.
But not everyone thinks that way. And it takes quite a bit to get to that point sometimes.
Well, another way you might be able to convince him is, how good of an actor are you, Mihi?
I'd be acting.
Knowing him, he works similar to I do, where he likes to watch and observe before approaching the situation. Which means you might be able to fake your way into this motherly figure role. Depending on how you treat Julius. I'm not saying this doesn't put a risk of danger. He wanted to turn her mom into a doll. Or his mom into a doll. So this is also kind of like a weird catch-22 plan. Beneficial and hindering in a weird way.
Because he could just decide to not stick around and just send things to take what he wants.
Mm.
I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure how to answer that. But I can tell you what I can see in both of them, to an extent. both lived in a long and lonely dream. The only difference between him and us is we've found friends along the way. Maybe that's just what he needs.
Dear God, Aspire.
Sorry.
Rapid fire.
I know all of a sudden.
Please tell me I didn't just get quote.
Essentially, he did. He did pull a My Little Pony on us.
I was just like, wait, Drag is just essentially saying we defeat him with the power of friendship, and I'm just over here dying.
Wait.
Because
Wait.
he's not wrong, but it's hilarious.
I don't.
It's not the adventure, it's the friends we made along the way.
I can't.
God damn it, Drag.
I will say this about that theory. Possible. But he doesn't trust easily. So it may take some time. Either way, this whole thing might take time, though. Even if he sees it, he could be in pure denial.
It's at least a start.
A lot of it's going to depend on the effort you guys put in after the fact. Maybe try convincing him that Julius' memories should be put back the way they were. That he doesn't have to be separated from the sun.
I'll be a shit starter real quick. Out of character. We shouldn't bring Cyrano, right?
Probably, not the best idea, but you can if you'd like to.
Oh.
Like, player brain is sitting here like, that would be such a bad move. Bringing the man that you got thrown out for.
Well, you know,
Ooh, buddy.
it would be a bad move, and you don't know how much Cyrano actually knows because by the time a lot of things happened, he was gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that part I might be able to help with.
He looked at the teddy bear real quick, then looked at all of you. Personally, in the worst case scenario you guys have made known so far, that's a risk I'm willing to take.
I'd like to call that Plan B.
Let's start with the truth. And then all else fails.
I think the person he'd most want to approach, depending on how, if I was going off of a relationship thing, would be you, Harx.
Player has to say this out loud real quick. God damn it.
You did this to
became
yourself.
I
real
did.
close with him. Treat him as a member of your own family. Which actually might put you at a weird immunity. Because if Julius doesn't want to see you hurt, I can't imagine Jason will do a thing to you. The rest, the other two, I'm not sure about. I'm not really sure how your relationship is with Julius, but I don't imagine it's quite as close. I mean, sure, you guys are friends, but
Yeah,
would that
not-
stop you from being made into a doll version of a friend? Probably not.
Unfortunately, probably not.
Not unless he for some reason thinks Harx should be around him forever, but that's a whole nother issue.
You know, I realized I wasn't done gathering information yet about him.
Hmm.
I have one other person I need to speak with.
Hmm.
Cyrano.
Hmm. Good luck with that. I'm not sure how that'll go.
I just want him to tell me what he knows of Jason. That's it. Nothing more.
Fair enough. Just let us know when you guys are going to do your thing so we can kind of attempt to monitor in case we need to help.
Don't tell my father.
I won't. I have a way to communicate with Harx.
Harx holds up the card.
Yeah, I'm not even going to tell him what we're doing.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. I don't think he's going to be very happy about this one.
I'll be 100% honest with you. Jack might follow in the distance. He can stay hidden better than anyone I know here. And if he needs to jump in, he will. And he can also get out very quickly. So you wouldn't have to worry about taking him with you.
You're positive he could remain undetected?
Have you noticed that he's in this room?
I was going. You know what's funny, Fox? I was going to actually have Hark say, I mean, to be fair, he's probably in here right now.
You seem kind of like poke his head around the corner and just wave. Not gonna go find his token, but yeah, he's been here.
Hello. Here's our Jack.
Yeah, I just know him well enough that he never goes too far.
I figured he was either in here or just outside the door.
I say he's a better info broker than I am. He learns a lot more things, and no one even knows he's there.
Nothing ever jacks. Or, get fuck brain dust.
Applejack.
Yeah, I just called him Jax. Like, that ain't fucking right. Hold up.
I mean, Jack with an S.
Yeah.
What is Jack's?
Well, yeah, nodding over to him is going to... Fair point.
He'll keep his distance enough, but he is pretty decent visual field, per se. He doesn't have to see to see. But he could hide within the buildings and no one would even notice. In worst case, he makes a good distraction.
Hopefully it won't come to that.
He's one of the few people that can keep up with me. Mostly.
You know, I'm going to regret saying this, but Reyan,
Uh-huh.
tell your father.
You really don't want me to do that.
Yeah, he did have a run-in with Jason. If I remember right, no, Zarvis was not there for that.
Jarvis? No.
Zarvis
never-
was not there for that.
He
but
was there for, like,
made
the
aware.
later stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
He was there, he, like, met some of the dolls, I think, but that was it.
He knew the danger of that, and I'm pretty sure Cam let him in on a lot of other information.
Yeah. Yeah, he did not meet Jason to my knowledge, but he did meet and know things related.
Mm-hmm. He saw the dolls, definitely.
Yeah, that's Ace saying that, then I was correcting it, basically.
Oh, never mind.
If my father ever finds out that this is going on before I get back, we're going to have a much larger problem on our hands.
Be handleable.
The information won't leave this room. Unless you guys are worried about Jack blabbing.
Yeah.
No, not at all. Harx will look at these two. First at Reyan. You go get prepared, whatever you need to get prepared. Turn to Mihi. You do the same, but also we'll look at the bear. Get that thing a hat. I really think it needs a hat. Or at least wants one. Please tell me it pats its own head again.
Yes, it's like patting its head after as you're saying this. You can get it a little bear sweater.
We gonna build a bear up in this bitch. Get it a
Well, back to the
fez.
clothing shop she goes, which is probably for the best because she might need backup clothing.
It's the
Fair.
same shop.
Look,
Yep.
get the bear a fez.
Well, they gave you a few
Mm.
outfits, like I said, so.
Ah,
Wait, are you actually considering giving the bear a fez?
no.
Oh,
Unless it specifically chooses out a fez for itself.
fuck yeah.
It is picking its own hat.
There you go. Let the bear pick.
So
Well,
think like Toy Story when like you've seen the stuffed bear that waddles and like picks stuff up and stuff. That's what it does.
oh,
I'm okay with this. I have an idea, maybe.
Maybe.
I'm gonna
It's
speak with
fine.
Sarah
It
now.
depends what happens in the next in-game week.
Yes.
Fair.
Is there anything else at this very
Ah.
second, though?
No.
No.
Okay. Good.
There is something that's going to happen before we take off, but I will
Same,
message
yeah.
that directly.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I am gonna go ahead and call it then because one, I really gotta go to the bathroom again.
That's
Two,
fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
It's
that's a good spot to call. It's pretty late.
Yeah,
It's getting late.
it's heckin' late.
This was
Thank
good.
you guys for coming out. Thank you, Kita and Lourdes, for raiding, and Quindle for following.
Making Quindle!
Yes.
All the lovelies attacking.
Ah, yes, they were.
Good.
Alright. Have a good night, stream. Thank you again for coming out.
Bye.
Good night, everybody!